Welcome back, boxing fans, to another great show with Sean on Boxing. The big night is here. The talk is over. Let's get at it. Hitchins, Cambosis for the IBF 140-pound world title. This is a great fight. Obviously, boxing fans are super excited. Uh, there's been a lot of back and forth between these two guys. I don't know if they can fight, but what they can do is talk trash because the trash talk has been fucking next level. Oh my God, Showbiz in the fucking interview again. Let's listen to this for a second.
There's a story behind all that. Maybe that's what I want to get to. A lot of people, they act like they know you, but they don't know you. Yeah. I want to know where you're from.
What's up, Jaime?
Heritage. Tell me your story, brother.
I'm from Brooklyn. I was born in Brooklyn. I say I picked New York because, when my dad went away he went away to prison. We bounced around a lot with my mom and, my sisters and stuff. I was in the Bronx.
The way he says it, like his dad went on vacation.
I was in the Bronx, and we went and they moved us to a bunch of projects, you know what I'm saying? And then before that, I was living in Douglas projects, and like 103rd in Columbus, you know what I'm saying? So I was a
fucking Showbiz. I heard 78 and the LDBC's angry that Showbiz is getting a lot of push. Hey, man. Showbiz is the perfect guy for TV. He don't got the look for TV. Not at all. But he's got the over-the-top personality, right? And that's what they're marketing. Him doing these interviews, sit-down interviews. But, congratulations to him. More power to the brother. You can't hate on a brother who's being successful, just like Ade Oladipo. I mean, look what Ade did. Ade is a staple now in UK sports broadcast. So today already we had a few fights. We had up-and-coming Olympian from India, potentially the first Indian world champion, Dev. And Dev looked good. Dev's a very skilled fighter, right? Obviously, you can see his amateur pedigree. It just drips off the page when you watch him. The question with him is, does he have real professional power? And does he have a chin? This might be my own bias, but when I see a guy like him, I kind of think like Amir Khan. Yes, two brown boys. I'm comparing them just superficially. That's true. But then my question is, what kind of chin does he have? If he's got a good chin, obviously that's going to be a huge thing moving forward. I think right now he's currently a 154-pound fighter. That division is off the stack. It's packed. It's got tons of potential great fights. And this is just one more addition. So it'll be exciting to see his progression. Obviously, if you could be any boxer in the world today, the guy you should want to be is Nishat Dev. Because think about this. Let's put it in context. India is starting to build their amateur boxing pedigree, both men and women, and they're doing really well. And he is the first real big Indian boxer who did very well in the Olympics and now obviously is transitioning to the pros. He's from India. India is the biggest global population in the world, surpassing China. So you have over 1 billion potential followers in that country right now who are eager to support a brother like crazy, because India, they will jump all over him. And then marketing. I mean, if you think about guys like Tank Davis, the monster Inui, and anyone that really is up and coming and has a lot of marketability behind them, you cannot compare those guys to this kid. I mean, Tank Davis in America, how many people know him? It's not that big of a number. Inui in Japan obviously is far bigger of a star, but even then, he plays second fiddle to Otani. Dev is going to play second fiddle to cricketers, 100%. But this is a guy who's a good-looking kid. He's 24 years old. Don't be surprised. He starts doing Bollywood movies, becomes a Bollywood movie star, and becomes a world champion boxer. The money, the attention, the prestige this kid's going to get being from India is going to be crazy. Crazy. And I can't wait for the first big boxing event in India, because I don't think in my lifetime I can remember there being a big boxing event in India ever. So it would be nice to see the first one with him obviously headlining as world champion. Dreams Money could buy Raf, Hard Recoil, Machado. Welcome back. Welcome in, everybody. I'm tired and was just going to sleep. Tired? Come on, man. Shake that shit off. We got Teramono up next, the big heavyweight, looking like he's going to knock out some big fat motherfucker. So I think that fight's not going to go very many rounds. Then, to be fair, we do have Cruz and we do have Hitchins. The probability of those two fights being disappointing and underwhelming is definitely high. I mean, when you put a card like this together, Matchroom, Eddie Hearn, you're basically saying that, you potentially expect two boring ass fights, because you could totally expect Cruz to go in there and box a very boring defense first fight versus Mishia. And you could expect Hitchins to do the same thing that we saw Devin Haney do to Kambosos. So potentially those two fights may be making a lot of us pass out and fall asleep. But we're boxing fans. We're here to represent, cross our fingers, and hope that something works out. This brother, man, he looks like me. Look at the gut on him. Fucking Christ. That dude was out fucking drinking last night just like I was. Dude, you get knocked out quick. Just because you're wearing a big gold necklace, that don't mean nothing. Teramoana. He's a likable character. If he keeps moving forward with that knockout power, potentially he has more marketability than a guy like Joseph Parker, right? That's just the reality. Hardwick Coyle, aren't you watching the soccer, the football? I was stressed because right now Messi is playing Ronaldo, isn't he? Isn't Ronaldo on that Middle Eastern team? So I think right now, currently, the game that's on DAZN is Messi versus Ronaldo in that U.S. tournament. So, yeah, I was keen to watch that shit. But at the same time, there's boxing. So what can I do? I gotta represent. Who is the favorite between these two heavyweights? Oh, Teramoana. Easy. Come on. Teramoana is one of the young up-and-coming prospects in boxing. This other guy, he looks like he's a bouncer in his local fucking pub. But let's listen to the introduction. Soccer is way bigger globally than fucking football. I just saw a prediction yesterday. Cricket is bigger than fucking American football. American football only plays in America, whereas soccer is global. Even cricket, obviously, plays in India. There's over 1 billion people. And then obviously South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, and through Europe as well. So you spent time in the joint and then you got shot in the process. Sean Porter. Now he's fighting at heavyweight. That dude even got a chin that's easy target. One of those chins that's like that. Man, he's just waiting to get hit. Teramoana. Teramoana. He got some swag. Rugby. I think even rugby is bigger than football. Oh, Caitlin Clark kicking ass. First game back. Domination. Sean, will you do any WNBA streams this season? I don't know if I'll do any streams, but on my basketball channel, I definitely will talk about it. But as far as going live, I'm not sure if I'll sit down and watch a whole game and break it down like that. Sean, don't sleep on Kambosos. He might win. Don't get me wrong. I kind of hope Kambosos wins because I'd love to see a Teofimo Lopez Kambosos 2 fight. That thing is marketable, right? It's really marketable. Obviously, it's a more exciting fight than anything we can envision Hitchins in. If Hitchins wins the way I expect him to win, which is just an easy unanimous decision, then who can we expect him to fight next? The best thing potentially, as I mentioned in my other video, would be maybe a Keyshawn Davis. Keyshawn Davis versus Hitchins, stylistically, that's a pretty good matchup. But otherwise, who are you going to put him in with? I don't think Lopez wants anything to do with him. Then you're going to throw him in with Puello. Then you got two safety first fighters in there. That potentially could be a Bartholomew, Robert Easter Jr. type of fight. Nobody wants to fucking suffer through that. So I don't know really what's available to him. Hitcha got to unify, but unify with who? I'm not a football fan unless I root for some countries at World Cup. Yeah. I just think this thing is, I know my UK friend, these guys are snobs, right, when it comes to football. He's like, I ain't interested. These guys need a break. Why do you care about fucking football players needing a break? You're a football fan. Right now it's summertime, it's off season, and we have this great tournament with all the best teams representing their countries, playing in one tournament. I think it's great. I'm really excited to see teams from, around the world match up with teams I'm familiar with, because a lot of those teams from South America, I've never seen them play. I have no idea how good they are, what kind of style of football they play. I mean, I know a few players here and there, obviously guys that potentially may come over to the English Premier League. I mean, you got Asian, you got literally countries from everywhere. Just like I said today, you have Ronaldo's Middle Eastern team, Saudi Arabian team, playing Messi's American team. I think it's super exciting. Is soccer, rugby, cricket on Netflix? I rest my case. Soccer is on DAZN. Pacers blew it, but what friggin' terrible officiating. I know you said that, David. I didn't see the game. I was just kind of watching it on my phone. But yeah, that was the game they had to win. And they were in position to win it. It's disappointing the way things went. They definitely fucking dropped the ball in that fourth quarter and allowed one to get away. So now it's going to go back to Oak City, and Oak City's definitely going to capitalize on that. It is what it is. But here we go. The heavyweight clash is starting. What was my prediction for this fight? I think I had this American dude maybe going 3 rounds, maybe. Termoana. Oh, Termoana is not even on the prediction league. Oh, that's too bad. But here we go. They can still maybe win the series. Well, let's hope, but I doubt it. They let momentum go. Termoana is definitely the new age type of heavyweight, really tall, and he's not really that. I mean, obviously he's a heavy dude because he's like 6'6", 6'7". But outside of that, I mean, he's not a big guy. He's pretty lean for a heavyweight. He can definitely put on a lot more weight moving forward in his career. Fights behind that jab, obviously has big power. Right now he's a little raw, relies a little too much on landing big power shots. And we're not really sure what kind of chin or durability he has and what kind of gas tank he has moving forward as well. But with every boxer, there's always going to be questions. But this is just a matter of time before he lands a big right hand on this fucking kid, the Hammer. I almost forgot Brian Norman is fighting this Thursday. That's a good matchup. Yeah, in Japan against Jin Sasaki. I saw Top Rank advertising Sasaki as the first Japanese welterweight champion. So obviously they got money on both sides there. They could get the first Japanese welterweight champion, or they have Brian Norman. I guess they assume that Jin Sasaki is probably, you can make more money with him. Obviously, if he wins, then you can have big events in Japan. Brian Norman, maybe not as marketable globally as Jin Sasaki, but I still think Brian Norman is going to win pretty convincingly. Good jab from Termoana. Like, to be a good heavyweight, you just need a good jab and a good backhand. That's it, right? It's a simple 1-2 game for the most part, unless you come up against like a Usyk or somebody that's really exceptional. But for the most part, if you have a good jab, you can control distance, punish guys from a distance where you're safe, and just eventually land your power shots. Man, there's millions of dollars on the table for you. Millions of dollars. Any big guy, oh, this dude's done, done. Dude, you didn't learn anything in prison? What'd you learn in prison? How to fold like a fucking lawn chair. That's what you learned. This dude had nothing in there. Nothing. Miles Turner ain't himself either. I think he is hurt. They said he was sick, and it definitely is showing. His performances are very. You need him to be more dominant, right, physically, because against that team, there's nobody in Oak City that matches up with him physically, right? Even Frankenstein. I mean, he's shorter. He's not as heavy. He's not really, I think, as athletically inclined as either. So I think you need Turner to fucking be beating dudes on the boards down low, defensively clogging that lane, and being a good low post scorer. But yeah, I think he's too passive, his personality, right? He's too easy to let shit go. Miles Turner averages 6 rebounds a game. Exactly. I mean, for a dude like him, man, I'm fucking 5'10". I would average more fucking rebounds than him because I'm tenacious on the boards. Obviously not in the NBA, but you get my point. If I was fucking 6'11", 7 foot with the physicality of him, Jesus Christ, man. It would take nothing to average 12 rebounds a game. Nothing. Like, you're going to get at least 8 fucking defensive rebounds every game easily, just being on the right side of the fucking shot. They shoot this side, you're on the other side, you're going to get the crumb off, boom, easy fucking rebound. Long outlet pass, boom, let's get running. Obviously, offensive rebounds, you need to be more tenacious. You got to use some footwork and some determination. But that shit ain't hard. Come on, man. I want my big man to average at least 10 rebounds. At least. Right? Especially if you're not really a low post threat that they don't go to you on the regular. Well, that's actually a weakness of the Pacers. That's the point. And that's because of him. Because he's just too tentative. Right? I never can understand dudes like him that play so soft. Remember, that used to be the big criticism towards Europeans, like specifically hockey, right? They would fucking call the European players very soft compared to the Canadians and Americans. But in this case, this dude's an American. Where's your fucking tenaciousness, your aggressiveness, right? Like, I think the problem with a lot of these big dudes is they never had to work hard when they were young. You're 6'11", you're athletic, you were just dominating high school. You didn't even have to try. And then you went to college for 1 year. It was easy work. And then you went to the NBA and you expect it's going to be the same. But of course it's not. Now you're playing fucking other dudes that are just as big and just as athletic, maybe more so than you. Where's that extra sort of fucking tenacity that you need? I agree with that assessment. And they let people get offensive rebounds. Oh, and how does miss 3 free throws? Jesus. Did he miss 3 free throws? Yeah. My Canadian brethren. I said at the beginning of the series, they need him to be that third offensive weapon on that team, right behind Siakam and Halliburton. You need Mathurin to fucking step up. Because last year in the playoffs, that's what they didn't have. He was hurt, he didn't play, and they looked like they were one weapon away from doing very well. Now he's back, but he's, inconsistent. Like, that dude, man, he's playing against a fellow Canadian. You figure he would want to fucking show out in this tournament. Mathurin right at the end of the game. Go back and watch it. Yeah. Oh, there we go. The Maori dance.
Deserves a celebration like this.
Turmoil.
That's Sergio was scary. I mean, even though he hit his ring entrance, he was dancing, laughing.
The dancing part's not scary. It's just marketable. That's why I said he's a little more marketable than Joseph Parker. He's got more personality. Let's listen.
Even the way that Tila dance, that was coming one way or the other. You can't seem to get out of the first round of these fights. You pick up another first round knockout. How'd you feel about that performance?
First and foremost, I want to give all praise and glory to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. But you know, my brother right here, he really don't need to get people out in the first round here. If you haven't noticed, all my past 4 fights in these shorts, I think I've done them pounds. I think my next fight, I'll change my uniform and we'll get a new one. But yeah, what an opportunity to come here in New York, Madison Square Garden. Thank you all, New York. Thank you for coming to support me. Keep an eye out, because there's a new one coming soon. Like, I'm here to take over the heavyweight division. Obviously, I'm going to go one step at a time up the ladder, but I want to do it like fighting like the game back in the day. Like, get up the ladder, beat everyone there, not skip someone. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to find out another to fight.
Aleem Whitfield had a good amateur background, and he came into this fight with a lot of confidence. What were you seeing from him early on?
Fat, out of shape.
I just watched his sparring. You know, I've been in with the best in the world in the Olympics. I believe I should have been the gold medalist, but you know, such as life, whatever will be. God hasn't paid for me yet. I guess it's on the path to be world champ. Let's go.
Let's go.
What has this last week and a half been like for you?
He's
You've been
hyped.
back in Australia. You have to turn around over the last weekend, come here to New York, and fight here in the city. What's it been like?
Well, it's been awesome just to be here representing my family, my countries, Australia, Cook Island. It's a blessing. It's an opportunity. And I took it with both hands, literally. And yeah, thank you all for coming out. And what a life.
You were an excellent amateur fighter, a former Olympian. You've been dominant so far as a pro. What's different about you in the pro ranks?
I like the pros because you can really hurt your opponent. The guns are smaller. It makes me faster. I believe I'm the fastest heavyweight out there. Whoever wants it can get it.
You said you'll fight everybody. A guy that I know you want to fight is Bakadir Jalalov, who is back here in New York on July 26th. Not here tonight, but here July 26th. How far do you think we're away from seeing you two go at it again?
I think you'll definitely see us fight in the future. But when it comes to win, I think you should talk to my manager, Brian Peters. He's the best. He's the mastermind behind it. And yeah, you know, I'll take care of anyone who sits in the ring.
Congratulations to everyone.
Thank you very much. God bless everyone. God bless America. Let's go.
All right, Eddie, we'll turn to you briefly. You got a new star here in your stable. Incredible young heavyweight. Incredible performance tonight from Taiwan.
Yeah, especially when he jumps on the plane.
And good personality.
Last week to get here from Australia. He took an opponent 7-0. You know, didn't know a lot about him. With good pedigree, destroyed him. This guy's a future world heavyweight champion, as you see. Full of energy, full of personality, exactly what the sport needs. But as I said to you before we got into the ring, it's the fundamentals that he has, the attributes that he has. He has speed, he has IQ, and he has terrific punching power as well. So remember the name? So nice they named him twice. Terrible honour, terrible.
So
honour.
nice they named him twice.
We have a show in Australia in August. I want to box him there. Then bring him back over to the UK and America for 2 or 3 fights. Keep him nice and busy. End of the year, 10-0, 11-0, and then we step into championship contention.
I'll ask you the same question. Jalalov, 2-time Olympic gold medalist, got 2 wins over him in the amateur ranks. Is that a big fight down the road?
Yeah, for sure. Like, you know, I said, you're going to see him fight everybody. That new era of heavyweights, Jalalov, Moses Italma, you know, all of those guys coming through the ranks, Justice Hoodley with a great performance that week. Those are the new breed of heavyweights. And like I said,
He lists Hooney, but not the guy that knocked Hooney out.
Power, that he has the fundamentals, the athleticism. He's a real star, and he's got the charisma and the personality to match. So you're going to love the journey. Let's keep him busy, and let's see him in championship contention in 2026.
Appreciate it, Eddie.
Thank you.
Guys?
Championship contention in 2026? That may be too early. Why do you compare him to Parker? Well, because him and Parker, both from, you know, down under, with the New Zealand, Australia area. So, you know, obviously they have the same sort of fan base behind them. Muslim acknowledging Jesus Christ. I thought their savior was Muhammad. Who's a Muslim? Termoana? He ain't no Muslim. He's from New Zealand, right? Yeah. Kakache. Oh, yeah, other topic got lost in the shuffle. Ford is going to face Kakachi. I saw that. That's a good fight. I don't mind that fight, but why are him and Nunez not fighting? Well, I think that's because they're moving Nunez in a different direction. So I think that's the point. Sean coming in late as usual. Laugh out loud. What's up, mate? You coming in late or me coming in late? I've already been online. So I think you coming in late, right? That's the guy that doesn't push lines in getting Sugar Nunez to stardom. In the heavyweight division, is healthy boxing is thriving. Well, that's it. When you think about my man Fabio Wardley and his impressive knockout win against Justice Hooney, then of course you got one of the best young fighters in boxing is in Atama. Obviously, the Uzbekistan two-time Olympic gold medalist Jalilov. I mean, I'm kind of sort of disappointed the way Jalilov's pro career has been moving. It's been pretty fucking slow, really. Whereas, maybe those two guys are going to fight soon because you can see that Termoana is going to be really active and a lot more pushed than Jalilov has been. I don't know what's been going on with Jalilov. I heard Oshaki is fighting Fulton to be on the Pack Barrels pay-per-view. Yeah, that's the gossip on the street. Is the heavyweight division and everyone else. But that's always been boxing, right? That's why they create the pound for pound list to give smaller fighters more shine. Because heavyweights, like we were saying with this kid with his personality, his knockout power, there's millions of dollars on the table for him. He don't even need to be the best fighter in boxing. He just needs to come up properly, continue to do what he's doing, and be put in the best fights and perform. Even if he doesn't win, as long as he's one of the top guys in the division, he's going to make millions and millions in dollars, right? Hollow Ninja, what's up, my brother? He says, many companies are banning Pride Month to promote men's mental health month. Awesome. What the fuck? When did the universe make such a positive shift, man? Since Trump took over. Men are a far bigger fucking global percentage than the LGBT, alphabet mafia people. And not to dismiss and downplay them. I think, Taiwan, marriage for gays and lesbians is legal. And I think there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not hugely religious. Obviously, if you are, you may disagree with it. But for me, I think it's fine. But it's the same as vegans. I don't need your politics being shoved down my throat. Right? I will allow you to live your life, but it doesn't mean I need to fucking be badgered about your fucking life. Why do I need to be badgered? I don't give a fuck. You do what makes you happy. That's cool. But I don't need to fucking know every fucking turn that's involved in your life and all the hurdles as individuals that you've had to deal with. Why? Why do I care? That's your issue. I'm not trying to make your life worse, but I also am not your fucking therapist, right? We're going to have gay pride parades. It's like, I understand initially they did that because these people were in closets for so many years. They wanted to be out and feel like they could just be themselves. Yeah, we've been there, done that. So, you can't be surprised that some people just don't care because generally the majority of the world's population doesn't celebrate that. They're not into it. It has nothing to do with them. They got Isaac Pitbull Cruz, like 8-1 favorite against Ferreira in the rematch, and Ferreira almost beat him in the first time they fought. Yeah, I still think he's going to win more convincingly this time. The fact that he made that fight so competitive, is really the issue. LGBT, hard jabs, one knee walker. Machado, I don't even know what you're talking about. I love those black channels promote Haney and Shakur's two fleet-footed runners and down any white boxers. Well, the problem with those guys is it's the ridiculousness of their argument. They think because people don't like boring outboxers, it's because it's based on race. No, it's a boring style. It don't matter the race. Really, it doesn't matter the race. Oh, here's the heavyweight matchups. Usyk, Tyson Fury, Dubois, Parker, Cabial, Joshua, Hrgovic, Wardley, Zhang, Bakoli, Effie Ajagba, the top 10. Moses Atama is not far from being on that list. Who else could potentially be on the list? I think AJ is probably too high, but because his performance against Dubois was so terrible, I don't know what to expect from him. Why do you got to bring up race? Come on, man. Well, I think he's bringing up certain channels that focus primarily on race. Bacon and eggs. What's up, my man? Good day. Sean, you think Haney will sign to PBC? I don't think so. Oh, yeah, Figueroa fighting Joet Gonzalez is a good fight. That's going to go the distance because both guys got iron chins. It is a good fight, right? Obviously, a good bounce-back fight for Figueroa, a solid opponent. Got to learn. See, once again, we don't give a fuck what you say. Nobody got to cut off the ring. Dudes like that aren't going to get the fights, not going to be televised. And then dudes like you, weirdos, are going to fucking just continue to hate on everybody that's not black. Because with you, if this was a white fighter that was fighting like that and boring and people were fucking hating on him, you wouldn't be saying the same thing. I was just on True Media and all he said was how white boxers are ruining boxing. True Media said that? How are white boxers ruining boxing? Brandon Figueroa's style is ugly and sloppy to me, but if you put him in with the right guy, his fights are good. Yeah, I never liked him stylistically. I was surprised he fought so poorly against Fulton in the rematch. I figure being physically bigger than Fulton, especially with that extra 6 pounds, he would be more dominant than he was the last time. But hats off to Fulton. What a great comeback win for him. And now jumping up to face Shaqi Foster. Big balls on that boy. Potentially becoming a 3-weight world champion. Congrats if he can do that. That's a tough fight for your first fight at a new weight class. But you got to give him credit, right? He's jumping towards the big fights. I don't care what race you are if you have skills and hands and keep it political views out of the sport. Pacquiao Barrios undercard is pretty solid. It has to be, right? Because the fight itself is garbage. I mean, nobody wanted fucking Pacquiao Barrios. Nobody wanted Tim Tszyu versus Funduro. Those are typical PBC bullshit fights, right? Just trying to fucking make a pay-per-view. He's right because Benavidez is slow as fuck and he cuts off the ring every time. What do you mean he cuts off the ring? Who the fuck is he fighting that moves like fucking Devin Haney moves against Ramirez? He's never fought anybody like that. You're going to say, what, Andrade? Plant already got beaten, stopped by fucking Canelo Alvarez. Coach Malachi, true school. I see a lot of people giving Kambosos a chance. Yeah, delusion. Yeah, Foster Fulton is a good fight. Who you got in that? I got to edge Foster. Obviously, he's the natural 130-pounder. But I think Fulton's always been the better fighter and more versatile. Oh, my God. Fucking Showbiz, the adult again. Oh. 2 coffees, black, 2 sugars. Machado, Ramirez, Canelo were scared to let their hands go against. Dude, stop. Nobody cares about your bullshit. Damon, you got cooked. Plant is a joke. Wow. Based on his last performance, right? I mean, Jesus Christ. Shock Foster is a negative energy fighter. Mate, I'm back, my fellow countrymen, every time. You should, of course. Hush, that's enough of your nonsense. Showbiz talks out both sides of his face. Of course he does. I like when Shakur had the interview with him and talked about how he fucking blocked him because he doesn't realize, being a media person, the shit you put out that's anti-fighter, people are going to latch on and push your narratives. We see it all the time. Look at the channels and the people that come here, like silly ass Waldo Chenko, right? Coming here, pushing the same bullshit you hear from guys like John Boxing, Dante's Boxing Nation and the rest of them. Just echoing fucking pure bullshit. Foster's got more pop, though. I think Fulton's punch resistance has deteriorated, regardless of the fact he beat Figueroa. How's his fucking punch resistance deteriorated since he's only got beat once, and that was by a pound-for-pound great fighter in Inui? Respond to my last comment. What's your last comment, Hard Recoil? Countering doesn't make opponents throw more punches. It's not even about running. It's about not throwing punches. Well, that's the point, right? When Skull and fucking Haney were fighting, when you get into range to throw punches, they held. And then the ref broke you up, and then they started running around the ring again. You cut off the ring, you got into range to throw punches, they held, right? They're not allowing the fight to develop. And that's why I think they should have lost points, because Muhammad Ali boxed and moved in circles around the ring, and his jab consistently was fucking hitting dudes in the face. And when dudes were in a position where he could stop and throw his combinations, that's what he did. Sugar Ray Leonard the same. They let their fucking hands go when the opportunities were there. They engaged. Haney and Skull never did that. They didn't engage, which is the fucking issue. Moving around the ring, being a slick boxer, fighting behind a jab, nothing wrong with that. It's the fact that you're not engaging. He got dropped in that one fight when his comeback and looked terrible. Sure, but I think you're reading too much into that. The dude had been out of the ring fucking since the Inouye fight before the PBC finally got him back into the ring. Showbiz takes credit for starting the no-run policy. Oh my God, really? Fuck, that dude's a clown. People have been talking about that no-running policy literally for fucking decades. Decades. It's nothing new. That style of boxing has never been fan favorite. Sure, there's been a small group of people who claim to be purists and real boxing fans, but they don't watch amateur boxing because they're full of shit. They're just clapping for fucking slick black fighters. When it's a slick fucking non-black fighter, they don't have the same energy. The point is, nobody's ever liked that style. That style never fucking sold. When you think about the most marketable fighters in boxing history, that style was never the successful fucking go-to. But because Floyd, who didn't fight like that, he was a counter puncher, not a fucking boxer mover type of dude. He was a counter puncher, make you miss, make you pay. Sure, his punch output was too limited because he was a counter puncher, so he had to work off of what other people were doing. But Floyd's marketability had not that much to do with his boxing. It had more to do with the personality and the show behind it. Fulton is good, though. I'm going for the white man, George Kambosos. You can do it, but I hope you didn't put money on it. Does anyone remember when Mills Lane stopped the fight and told both fighters either fight or you won't get paid? I do. I think that fight will go 12 regardless. Me too. Only once I didn't see it versus Fig, and Fig can punch. We need more white people in boxing. Well, I don't know if we need more anybody in boxing except more great, exciting fighters. Don't matter what color, as long as fucking they're entertaining, right? The problem is we got too many boring ass fighters and too many fucking fanboy fucking YouTube channels that don't talk about boxing. They just fucking talk about the same 8 fighters day in and day out. Figueroa has regressed a lot, I think. Salute to the white man. It's okay to be white. It's okay to be white. Yeah, they not engaging. Sucks arse. People don't like Biz. I can tolerate him. Yeah, I can't really tolerate him. I never really watch his channel. I'm saying it's not about running, but about not throwing enough punches. Well, that's what it is, right? Not engaging. He constantly smothers his attacks, and people forget he was losing to that one dude until he got that body punch KO, Figueroa. Salute Sean. I hope Kambosos pulls the upset. Hitchins thinks he could have schooled Loma. Fuck that guy. Well, he's just an arrogant kid, right? Who obviously thinks he's the best at what he does. You can't hate on a kid for feeling that way. The reality is Kambosos is no fucking Loma. Who was that one Mexican guy Figueroa fought who was losing and then stopped with a body shot? He looked so bad on that night regardless of the win. I can't remember. Kambosos is paying $8 here in Australia. I put 70 on him. 70 Aussie dollars, which is about 35 US. Porter and Cam both fight almost exactly alike. That ain't true. Kambosos is not nearly as physical. He tries to be too much of a boxer, which is why he ends up losing to boxers. It's just the wrong style. Oh, there's a fight. Shakur versus Zepeda. Raymond Ford has to win over the same guy, too. You guys got Plant, Fury, Maxi Hughes, Kambosos. Yeah, and nobody likes watching Plant. Nobody likes watching Fury. Fucking nobody ever fucking praises Maxi Hughes or Sandor Martin. And Kambosos is what he is. A guy that has one good win and then lost to the rest of the fights. Porter is a come forward guy. Kambosos is a counterpuncher. Exactly. Didn't you say you are never coming back here? I can't imagine why Damon wouldn't come back here after how accepting I am of him, even though he goes to John's channel and he fucking hates on me and says belligerent shit about me. Right, Damon? Don't you? You literally go and stir the pot on John's channel saying outrageous bullshit that has nothing to do with me and nothing that I said. And I'm sure you'll do the same thing after this video too. Right? That's the difference between me and guys like you. I'm 100% fucking me, and I ain't fucking capping for nobody. I ain't fucking changing up. I ain't fucking going back and forth, fucking being nice to one guy and then hating on somebody else and trying to fucking stir the pot. I ain't cloning fucking people's channels to try to put out bullshit. I ain't doing none of that. You come here because you want to talk about boxing? Cool. I don't have to agree with you. And in turn, you shouldn't have to agree with me. We have our opinions. That's it. There's no fucking negativity. There's no hate. I don't hate Damon because he's a black American guy. I don't care. It don't matter. Anybody can come on my channel. I don't care who you are. As long as you fucking are not a fucking troll. That's it. Bacon Egg says, fuck the US dollar. It means jack shit to me. Oh, yeah. Do you think we are going to get Sam Noakes Mason? That's a great fight. Oh, of course we're going to get it. It's going to be mandated by the WBO for sure. Exactly. I never said that. I'm pretty sure you did. The audacity. Is Sam good? I think right now Sam is above domestic level, but we haven't seen him in with good enough opponents to know anything more about him, right? Damon, that's kind of wild, bro. Has anyone been paying attention to some of these younger Europeans, coming boxers and Asian boxers? America is losing their way in boxing. Well, Uzbekistan is fucking coming in hard. Like there's a few people I follow. Japan, you know, you got the Tatsumi brothers who are rolling up hard as well, especially Ryota Tatsumi, who was on that Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney fight card in New York. That kid is special. Like I said, the Japanese Lomachenko. One to pay attention to for sure. There's nothing wrong with moving. It's a part of combat. The only problem is when you are moving around and not throwing a punch variety. Boring, man. Well, that's it. The whole point of movement is to get angles on guys so you can throw punches. You're moving this way, trying to get them and catch them out of position. And when they're out of position, that's when you go in. And that's when you throw fucking your counter punches and fucking let your hands go. And then you move out of the way before they fucking throw their punches, right? Like, it's all a matter of letting your hands go. People want to see you let your hands go. Nobody wants to see boring fights. Thank you very much, Hollow Ninja. You're a man among many. Yeah, because that mandate doesn't mean it's going to happen. Machado put some respect on JB. Oh my God, see? I should just fucking block you. Because literally you don't say anything except fucking troll crap. Just because, well said. Zayas is going to fight the dude who just beat Conwell. Zayas is going to beat that guy. Styles make fights, right? How about new Cubans? They're all aggressive now. Sean can't say anything about them being boring, especially Andy. Yeah, Damon. And that's why I have a video right here about Cuban fighters that I'm going to talk about the new school of Cuban fighters and how great they are. I already made the video, but somehow it didn't record. Otherwise, it would have been up last week. So you trying to act as if I'm hating and dismissing these guys. Andy is fucking not part of that crew. Andy's boring as fuck, 29-year-old guy. Like you, John Boxing, and the rest of you clowns hate on Lomachenko because he turned pro at 25. How old was Andy Cruz when he fucking turned pro? Where's that energy about him being old? That guy's going to be a champion when he's 30. Lomachenko was a 3-weight world champion by the time he was fucking 30. Right? But you won't keep the same energy because you guys are fucking full of shit and you're really the racists. Because with you, the energy's always fucking different. Me, I'm praising the new school fucking Cubans, not fucking Andy Cruz. Because look forward to him putting us to sleep right now. But these other guys, Iglesias, fucking, and the rest of them, new school Cubans, man, for sure. And I'm the one talking about them, giving them praise. Not John Boxing, not the LDBC, not Ego, not fucking Dante's Boxing Nation, not fucking any of those clowns. They will use them later to push some racial fucking narratives, though. For example, Haney threw about 240 punches in his last fight, while Bivol threw 550 punches against more dangerous fighters in boxing. Yeah, that's a huge fucking number. You think about Haney fighting a shot Ramirez and Bivol fighting fucking a monster with 100% KO ratio in fucking Better BF. Here we go. Machino. Haney, they call a slick fighter. I tend to disagree. Loma was a slick fighter, and skill difference is vast difference between the two. Conwell got his ass kicked. Bad style matchup for Conwell. I said that. I knew it was a bad style matchup for him. They were showing Berlanga, Shiraz, and now Shiraz has a loss to Adames. Well, it wasn't a loss, right? A draw. But he can't bring myself to bet on Berlanga. That dude is just in it for the money. It's all subjective. You're not in there catching the punches. No, Damon. See, the problem with guys like you, we're not saying guys need to fight a certain way. Fight the way you want. But don't fucking be critical of people that don't like your style, people that don't want to watch your style, people that don't want to pay for your fucking style. Right? You can do what you want. Whether we watch an NFL team that plays like Baltimore, all defense, or a team that plays like San Francisco, all offense, you can do whatever you fucking want. But then don't cry and moan when people don't fucking get gravitated towards you and don't fanboy for you. Because we don't need to fucking like you just because you're black. Because that's what you guys want. Oh, he's black. You gotta like him. No, I don't. I don't gotta like Floyd because he's black. I like Manny. Stylistically way more exciting fighter. Right? If you like Floyd, I ain't hating on you. Like Floyd. But I don't need to like Floyd. It's not imperative of me to like Floyd just because he's not the same color as me and I need to support him so I show I'm not a racist. No. I'm not liking him because he's black. I'm not liking him because I think his style is boring. I don't like him as a person and I just don't fucking want to watch him. Nothing to do with his color. He could be a fucking white guy, an Asian dude, fucking brown dude the same way. I still wouldn't like him. But guys like you fucking hate on all these non-black fighters, but then you expect everyone to fucking cap to all the black fighters you support. Why should anyone be different than you? You don't like Loma. Okay. We don't like Haney. What's the issue? Haney wants $10 million a fight. Right now, nobody even wants to watch him fight. So congratulations. Good luck trying to get that $10 million fight. I do slightly favor Berlanga to beat him, though. I favor Berlanga. Hernandez has a good performance against Kyron Davis. I didn't see it, though. Oh, Yoneli looked fucking great, man. Looked great. Like, we know Kyron Davis is a really good fighter. We saw him against the Mexican PBC up-and-coming fighter, and he beat him, right? Surprisingly. Fucking Hernandez fucking made easy work of that dude. Easy work. Easy work. Andy is boring fighter, and see how he reacts. He's boring fighter. That's just a fact. Dante claims to be pro-black, but in Thailand with ladyboys. Black ladyboys from the south of Thailand. They're darker. Donaire, trainer of the year. Oh my God, get out. Haney, Better BF, our friends, laugh out loud. The one redeeming quality about Haney, Oscar fed Conwell to the Mexican guy. Conwell was the favorite. He was. I lost so much money on Conwell. I told you. Now Loma coming out his first match fighting Salido took balls. I respect that dude. I just hating ESPN glazing. Promoters are supposed to glaze. That's what they do. How do you make anyone a superstar? NBA, all sports, you glaze your stars. The only problem guys like you have is when the people getting glazed don't look like you. When guys look like you getting glazed, like Adrian Broner, the next Floyd Mayweather, you got no problem with that. That style killed American boxing, I reckon. It did. Why are you always crying? The American runners still seem to sell more than the majority of entertaining fighters. I don't know if that's true. Haney and Shakur, do they really sell that much? Shakur has a fan base behind him. Does Haney? Haney's a California kid, but meanwhile he's fighting all over the place, right? I mean, the whole fucking Ryan Garcia card was centered around Ryan, not Devin Haney. So I don't know if Haney really sells because nobody wanted to pay for him versus Sandor Martin to fucking defend his WBC title. Shakur has a fan base. Shakur's cousin today, he looked good. That kid is definitely one to pay attention to. Here we go. There you go, silly ass. You finally said something that made sense.
Mourned the recent retirement of Vasily Lomachenko, who, like him, was a prodigious amateur, but like him, is following in that same path, headed towards a world title shot, potentially in 7 fights tonight, taking on Hironori Mashiro, who just a couple of fights ago, 2 years ago, said he lost.
Machino. Loma, Chocolito, Golovkin aren't Hall of Famers, and Craig Wilder and Broner are. Exactly. Like, I mean, they just fucking can't help but hate on someone that doesn't look like them. When I say Wilder is not a Hall of Famer, it's because Wilder's only good win was against Luis Ortiz. Or maybe Bermain Stavern, you could give him praise as well. 2 good wins. No unification fights. Didn't end up winning his world title after losing it, right? You can't compare his career to Chocolatito, Golovkin, or Lomachenko because it's not even fucking close to being their levels. Golovkin, a 2-time unified middleweight champion. Lomachenko, a 3-weight world champion, a 3-belt unified lightweight. Chocolatito, a 4-weight world champion, right? I don't know much about the Japanese kid, so mostly I'm curious about how he's going to perform. Pretty much when you look at his resume, it's all domestic level, right? He's fought only in Japan, only against Japanese fighters. So I think he's going to struggle against a guy like Cruz, who's just going to fight behind a jab, move, never fucking allow the kid to set his feet and throw punches. But as I said, don't be surprised it's a boring fight. But at least the one thing you can say about Cruz right now, at least he's letting his hands go. He threw a combination. That's one combination in the first round. Nice right hand from the Japanese kid. Japanese kid's head is too fucking straight up. It's there fucking all day, never moves. He's a big boy though. There you go. That's 2 combinations from him, from Cruz. The one thing I can say, kind of like I said about Shakur, Cruz at least is developing much more of a pro style. Not nearly as amateur as when he first came into the pro game, which is understandable. Nice right hand from the Japanese kid. We'll see if Cruz is tough. People talk about that Keyshawn Davis Cruz fight, man. They're so delusional. Keyshawn Davis fucking would totally fucking beat Cruz. Cruz at this point, you know, he's just not a. He's still a young professional. He doesn't have much power. The pro game is going to be different. And I think the problem is guys like him a little too arrogant. The first time they come in with some real struggles, some real problems, that character test is going to be something that's going to tell us a lot. If he passes it, then congratulations. But, you know, obviously he's 29 years old. That guy needs to fucking do something quick. Some people are picking Cruz to stop this guy. That is asking for trouble. Jap fighters are tough. I'll give them. None are dishwashers. True School used to cook the Ward fans back in the day and was probably good odds, though. Ryan is still a bigger draw and a bigger name in the sport. Yes, he is. And Ryan is a fucking, not a slick fighter and not a good fighter. That right hand looks like it buzzed Andy. By the way, it doesn't like Ward, and rightfully so. Well, Ward got that old throwback style of boxer, so it's hard to like him the way he fights. He's not an entertaining fighter. But there's another combination from Cruz. See, that's something that we don't see Shakur do enough. I think Shakur needs to do that more, right? You got to let your hands go when you're in position to let your hands go. Because you throw 2 or 3 combinations per round, and it's the difference between people thinking it's a boring round and thinking that, fuck, you looking great. You're like the new Sugar Ray Leonard. I think Lomachenko would give Tank, Shakur, and Keyshawn great fights. Would he win at this point of his career? Keyshawn is pretty tall and pretty big. That might be a tough fight, but Keyshawn also is inexperienced, so may be prone to make mistakes that Loma could capitalize on. I think he does the best against Tank Davis stylistically because Tank Davis doesn't have enough punch output. He relies too much on landing big counter punches. You could do that against Lomachenko and end up losing the fight, right, by unanimous decision. And I think mentally he's shown that he's a bit fragile. And when things don't go his way, he's got a penchant to crumble. Shakur, I think, has the easiest chance of beating Lomachenko at this point. But I think, obviously, earlier on, Lomachenko, I think, could have beat him because Shakur also, it's not the most active of fighters. I think this Japanese kid got to double up that jab and throw it at the chest just to push Cruz back and keep him off of balance so he can then jump in with that right hand. Yeah, well, I don't blame Ward for the Kovalev fight. That's the judges and fucking what you expect in Vegas. I can't blame the fighter because of the fix is in, but it's definitely disappointing because for Kovalev, that would have been a career-defining victory, right? Potentially making him the best light heavyweight in history. And then you lose that tight fight. Mentally, you fucking lost it after that. And then you came in the second fight and you were garbage truck juice and Ward just fucking destroyed you in the rematch. And I think a lot of that's mental. We know boxing, man. Mental is a huge aspect. What do they say? Like 70% of the game. And you can see that, right? Like the mental aspect of boxing is big. That's why you can be the most dominant fighter in boxing. And the first time you lose, you're never the same afterwards. You come back and you're just never the same. Not nearly as scary, not nearly as dominating. You know, that aura of invincibility has been busted off of you. And now you can't bring that shit back. Good riddance. I'm glad he's gone. He was holding up the division. Now we could get Andy Cruz, Muratella. See, Damon, once again, you just exposed yourself because you didn't say this about fucking Charlo, who fucking wouldn't fight his stablemate Adames for fucking years, or fucking Charlo, who was holding up the undisputed fucking division at 154 pounds, ducking guys like Murtaz Aliyev and other fighters that weren't PBC fighters. right? Deontay Wilder, who wouldn't fight any of the other champions in boxing, would only fight WBC ranked opponents, right? But yeah, you didn't say those guys were holding up the division, right? That's the problem with dudes like you. You just buy into the whole fucking anti-Lomachenko shit. Lomachenko didn't hold up fucking anything. He's been out of the ring for a year, which is pretty fucking normal. Most PBC fighters literally are out of the ring for a year. Funduro literally was out of the ring for a year before he made his comeback against a cherry pick opponent. You didn't say anything about him. Nothing. You didn't even talk about it. You don't fucking care. Round 3. When you look at his right hand, it just looks more like a push. It ain't very fucking fluid and sharp and quick. His left hand obviously is much better, but Cruz's right hand, like look there. I mean, he landed it, but it doesn't have much power behind it. It's a lot of push. But this Japanese guy definitely got to have better fucking defense. You're never going to win a fight if you fucking keep getting outpunched. But we can't disrespect the Japanese. At least they got guys all fighting for that world title contention. So they put themselves in position. If they don't end up becoming champions, it is what it is. But at least they're putting out a lot of guys now, a lot of contenders, a lot more than historically they did before. Guys at 140, 135, 126. Oh, the right hand. Cruz going to get a win, going to get a knockout against the domestic Japanese fighter. There you go, Cruz. This is the way you're going to build your fucking name. Letting your hands go. You got to fucking keep your fucking hand up on the right-hand side. He keep hitting you with the right hand, but you still have your hand down fucking low. Bring your hand up, dumbass. Look at him. Still his hand's down low. He just won't bring his hand up. Come on, push him. He's tired now. There you go. He shook his head. That must have hurt him. Jump on him. Keep your hand up. Why do you keep leaning towards that right hand? This just shows you how dudes just haven't had a lot of real competition. When you literally are doing the same move constantly and you fucking not making adjustments. Like you're getting hit by that right hand because you're leaning there, your hand is down, and you're just begging the dude to fucking punch you in the face. And you're not making adjustments at all. You got to respect dudes that can make in-ring adjustments. Garden Snake, what's up? You're right. Even Turkey talking about Haney, comparing him to Tom and Jerry. Blame the ref. Ward, they all look pretty clean shots to me. Floyd never fought a guy who didn't have a reach advantage against. But outside of Funduro and Virgil, because of his pressure and skill, I think Floyd would have beaten all those guys. Damn, who's boring now? I love master boxers. Well, Damon, he ain't boxing like that. That's the whole point. You're proving my point, not your point. He's letting his hands go. That's the whole point that we were making the whole fucking fight. He ain't fighting defensive. He's not just jabbing and moving around the ring, forcing someone to cut the ring off. He's bringing the fight to the Japanese kid. That's what fucking sells. That's exactly what people are critical of. People that don't do that. If you do it after this fight, people are going to praise Andy Cruz and say that was a great performance. He did what he had to do to make himself marketable and entertaining. He went in there and stopped the Japanese kid who is 18 and 1. Lost to somebody you've never heard of. Problem with this kid is he just doesn't know how to keep his fucking hand up to protect his right hand side. See, once again, hands down here. Like, Andy Cruz is sitting on that right hand, so bring your hand up. Kind of like Rolly fucking Romero did against fucking Ryan Garcia. But look, this is not running. He ain't on the outside. He's in the middle of the ring. He's not circling the ring behind a jab, boxing safely. He's literally in the middle of the ring, letting his hands go. And I said this after Andy Cruz's last fight. I said his style has looked a lot more professional recently. The question is, does he have the power to get rid of top competition? And that question still is an issue. Even if he stops this Japanese kid, I mean, who's this Japanese kid? Like literally, Damon, you never heard of this kid before this fight was scheduled. This is not one of the top guys at 135 pounds. This is not Raymond Muratalla, Cepeda, Shakur, Tank Davis. But the Japanese kid's game, but put your fucking hand up. See, once again, you get hit by the right, and you still keep your fucking hand down. Dude, man, pick your hand up. What's wrong with you? Like, fuck, man. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Japanese kid's game, you got to give him fucking praise. What heart. Dude's been dropped twice, can't fucking get away from a right hand to save his fucking life. But yet he's pushing. If he can get this fight into the second half, I think maybe he could fucking beat Andy Cruz. Because Andy might be giving up too much fucking energy early on. And then, you know, he could wilt in the second half of this fight. Nice uppercuts from the Japanese kid. Yeah, get on the inside. Do that. Oh, nice jab. Yes, keep your hand up. Stop that fucking right hand again. Good body shot. Good double left hook from the Japanese kid. Offensively, the Japanese kid is not bad, but defensively, he's fucking terrible. 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 Man. The worst defense I've ever seen. Andy is still being defensively responsible, hitting his opponent. Yeah, nobody says there's a problem with being defensively responsible. I mean, Lomachenko did not get hit a lot. He was defensively responsible, but pushing forward, right? The problem is guys that are negative fighters, always moving back behind a jab, being defensively responsible, but not offensive, not letting their hands go, not throwing in combinations, right? When you land a shot, a right hand that consistently lands, you keep fucking throwing it. You fucking jump on that. You got an opening. You fucking capitalize on it. Andy Cruz is doing what Andy Cruz should do. He looks great today. Hats off to him. The richest and most successful boxer in history today was called a runner, so it does sell. No, Damon, the richest boxer in boxing is Canelo Alvarez. Just wait. And then that whole narrative of yours is going to die. You guys been fucking using Floyd Mayweather fucking for years as the example. But Floyd Mayweather was never a runner. He was a counterpuncher. You know, very different style of boxer. More close to Shakur, but, you know, definitely not like fucking what Haney did that last fight. I hate negative fighters. This Japanese guy's tough. There's a transgendered man from London that's a big cruise. She's lurking now. I don't even know what that means. But round 5. I think the Japanese guy needs to move Andy Cruz back more. That right hand's going to have less fucking oomph to it once you start getting him moving back. But once again, man, dude, you got to like move your head. Move your head. If you're going to stand in front of him, throw your punches. Yes, you can't fucking stand in front of him and just let him throw punches and not do anything. Huh? Yeah, relax, ref. I'm just waiting until he gets tired. In the second half of the round, I'm going to jump on him. They're going to stop the fight, man. Oh, dude. Andy Cruz, you're almost 30 years old, buddy. After this, you need to fight fucking for a world title. Do you think he could beat Raymond Muratalla? Who thinks that Andy Cruz is going to beat Raymond Muratalla? Leave it in the comment section below. Mur or Cruz? At this point, I gotta say fucking I'm leaning towards Mur. I think Muratalla is going to beat Andy Cruz. Muratalla is not like this Japanese kid. He ain't going to stand in front of you letting you fucking hit him with right hands fucking after right hand after right hand. He also hits harder, and he's much more of a skilled fighter. Faster hands, better overall fighter. But if Cruz wins, congratulations. He becomes an IBF world champion. I just don't see that happening. According to Aki TV, Boots ducked Haney. Yeah, that dude's a fucking moron. All those dumbass motherfuckers. He could, maybe Cruz could beat him. Yeah, maybe. Garden Snake, a man in the chat. Cruz Muratalla, let's go. And new. But who you going for? Who do you got? Cruz or Muratalla? Muratalla looks terrible against guys who can box. Why? Because he didn't look good against Tevin Farmer? Cruz will outbox Muratalla. He has trouble with Tevin Farmer. Tevin Farmer is a different fighter than Andy Cruz. Way more experienced. Way more experienced. I mean, we can see what Farmer did with fucking, obviously, Zepeda. Boots ducked Haney. Yeah, fucking cap. How do you duck Haney? Haney now relevant. Haney not relevant. He's coming off of one of the worst performances in boxing. Nobody is talking about him. People were talking about Teo versus fucking Boots. Nobody was talking about Haney and Boots. Nobody. People wanted Boots to unify, but if you can't unify, you do what he's doing. Go to 154 and fight the guys there. They just offered Ortiz a fight, and apparently Ortiz ducked him. So, let's see if people keep the same energy. Tevin Farmer gave Muratalla a tough fight and exposed his flaws, but it's a learning experience, right? It's good to go through fights that you struggle in, then you can get better. Roy Dixon Haney is a bad style matchup. Boots struggled to cut the ring off against Karen, who isn't dream caliber. Oh my God. Haney fans are fucking the worst, man. Like, to fanboy this kid who basically fucking could not fucking take away Ryan Garcia's left hand. The same as this Japanese kid today against fucking Andy Cruz. Could not take away fucking Andy Cruz's right hand. Farmer is about to face Schofield. That's a tough fight, or a good fight. It is. Just think of Farmer, man. Farmer being put in tough. Muratalla, Zepeda, now Schofield. Like, he's getting good paydays, but man, they're just using him as a stepping stone. Cruz is a gold medal winner, just like your retiree Loma. Yeah, he is. Yeah, 2-time Olympic gold medalist. What's the problem, Damon? I didn't say he wasn't. I remember guys like you and others shitting on Lomachenko because he became pro at 25. How come you're not shitting on Cruz for becoming pro at 28? Right? Like, literally. The dude fucking is 4 years older than Lomachenko when he turned pro, and he's a 2-time Olympic gold medalist like Lomachenko. Lomachenko, by the time he was 30, was a 3-weight world champion. Andy Cruz is almost 30. He's not even a world champion yet. And he's going to have to get through Raymond Muratalla to do that, which maybe he will. Bill Haney paid Ake for that one. Yes, he did. Haney would never face Boots. He's too much his size. Man, he would never face Boots. They wanted to fucking face Mario Barros. That's who they wanted. Usyk has been in with the best and broken them all. That's true. I think Muratalla wins. Andy isn't that good. No, I mean, to be an Olympic gold medalist is great, but not every Olympic gold medalist is the same, right? Some guys are in the amateurs for so long, they're just so prone to be amateur style, especially Cuban fighters. Lomachenko was never amateur style. You can go watch his amateur fights. He was an aggressive body puncher, come forward fighter. He fought the exact same way in the amateurs that he fought in the pros. Right? He did not need to adjust stylistically to the pros. He needed to adjust to 12 rounds. He needed to adjust to more physicality, the fact that refs we're going to let people cheat you, Salido, and that kind of thing. But otherwise, I mean, he was much more ready for the pros. You look at a guy like Rigo, also a two-time Olympic gold medalist, became a champion, I think, in his 7th fight. Andy Cruz is more in line with Rigo. But unlike Rigo, he don't have that concussive power that Rigo had. And Rigo was seen as to be fair, a more dominant fucking Olympian than Cruz, even though Cruz has those wins against Keyshawn Davis, which people love to harp on. Good wins. Sean, why don't you like Andy? He's a boxer puncher. No, he's not a boxer puncher. He's developing into more of a boxer puncher in this fight. But historically, he's never been a puncher. Go look at all his amateur fights. Go look at his pro fights outside of this one and his last one. He's becoming more pro, and that's good, right? That's what we hope he does. If he keeps fighting like this, it's going to be more entertaining. He's going to get more opportunities. He's going to have more fans, and he's going to get more praise if he continues to win. But I don't think he beats Raymond Murtala. Aki channel, because you're making a fool out of yourself here. Oh, he loves Aki's channel. Top Rank is a way of avoiding black fighters with their up-and-comers like Murtala. See, Damon, once again, you're fucking so full of shit. Because most of Top Rank's up-and-coming fighters are black fighters. Shakur Stevenson, fucking Keyshawn Davis, Abdullah Mason, Floyd Mayweather. Like, I mean, they brought up most of the great fucking boxers, whether they were Mexican, non-Mexican, or fucking black. They all came up through Top Rank. Trust me, with their Murtala in a house fight with a Mexican. Murtala fought Tevin Farmer, but he's avoiding black fighters. What black fighter did Murtala avoid? 3, 9, 6, and 1. More impressive than some undefeated gift decisions. Cameron Duncan already exposed the NBF rule. That's just what you want to listen to. See, the problem with guys like you, if there is an NBF rule, that rule also applies to black top rank fighters as well. But you wouldn't say that. You wouldn't say Shakur and Keyshawn avoided black fighters, right? Floyd Mayweather avoided black fighters. You wouldn't say that. You just use that to hate on non-black fighters. It's the same way when Floyd Mayweather was coming up and they were building up the fight between him and Pacquiao. And people kept saying that Pacquiao is ducking slick black fighters. But yet Floyd was doing the exact same thing. He was fighting flat-footed Mexican after flat-footed Mexican after flat-footed Mexican. I mean, Pacquiao was fighting Tim Bradley. Right? But people continue to push that bullshit because you're a racist and you fucking got to grab onto that way to uplift black fighters as if they need it. See, this is like white women fucking going to bat for black Americans. That's what you're doing, Damon. You're fucking treating black American fighters like they need you to fucking lift up their skirt for them because they're not capable of doing things properly. They need you to cap for them, right? You're just like those white women fucking preaching for black Americans because black Americans are too stupid to fucking speak for themselves. We don't need some white woman to talk for fucking black Americans. If black Americans have something to say, they're more than capable of saying it themselves. And it's the same with these fighters. They don't need Damon Wester, fucking Ego, John Boxing, the rest of you to fucking lift up their skirts for them. They can fucking do it themselves. Floyd definitely ducked a lot of slick black fighters. Just slick fighters. Ducked Amir Khan. Remember when Floyd said, I will fight the next fighter, you guys pick me a fight. And everyone picked Amir Khan by a landslide. Yet what did he do? He fought fucking Maidana. The same Maidana that Amir Khan had already beaten. Twice. And not that Floyd wouldn't have beat fucking Amir Khan, right? I would have favored Floyd to beat Khan. But Khan stylistically was a very different fighter. Floyd's a counterpuncher. You can't fight a guy like that. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Floyd ducks Stevie Johnson. who was a great fighter, lightweight, who most people don't even know about and just ignore. Damon always repeats the same shit even after Sean exposes it. Well, it's just these guys, man. They don't keep the same energy. They look for ways to hate on non-black fighters, but then they got a fucking tap for black fighters. Like black American fighters with a history of what they've accomplished need you to fucking go on your knees for them. Right? The only thing I ever said on my channel is keep that same energy. That's all. You don't need to hate on fighters consistently just because they don't look like you. When I say I'm not a Floyd fan, it's my prerogative. I'm not hating on Floyd. I praise him for having a great career. I never fucking shit on him when he fought an MMA fighter, because if you could make big money, you might as well jump at the chance, right? This is somebody being fair and not fucking hating on someone. But the way people move, I don't have to agree with it. The way their promoter moves them, I don't need to agree with it. And it has nothing to do with race, because Benavidez is not black. But I disagree with the way the PBC moved him his whole career, just like I disagree with the way they move fucking Tank Davis. Oh, but you say that because you hate Al Heyman. Fucking who's Al Heyman? Al Heyman could be fucking like President fucking Robert Mugabe from Zambia, or sorry, Mozambique, Zimbabwe. He could be dead already and they could still be acting like he's running the country. Like, you know, fucking Al Heyman could be dead fucking for the last year and a half. Nobody would know. Steve Little, but Bad Johnson, remember him. The fight was competitive though. Maidana almost stopped Khan late in the fight. Yeah, well, Khan had no fucking chin, right? So if you're going to get hit, the possibility of you getting knocked out was always going to be there. Khan winning that in a while, since Maidana had good power. Floyd struggled against certain pressure guys too, like Oscar, who was aggressive. Well, he ducked an Oscar rematch. Leave Uncle Al alone. Well, I ain't fucking attacking Uncle Al. I'm just questioning if he even exists. Apparently, I hate the PBC because a black promoter fucking promotes them. Yet we've had tons of black promoters in boxing. People act like Al Heyman is the first. It's like, where have you guys been, man? We've had black promoters in boxing for fucking decades. Decades. It ain't nothing new. Nothing new. Let's just see today if fucking Kambosos can make this fight at least entertaining. That's the real question in today's fight. Can he make this fight entertaining? John Boxing said that Hitchins, or Hitchinson, as he calls him, Richard Hitchinson, Hitchinson has to stop Kambosos or he's going to get no respect from John Boxing. The irony is Lomachenko stopped Kambosos and he still got no respect from John Boxing. Right? And then he acts like Loma didn't deserve a world title fight, even though he lost a controversial fight to Devin Haney, where in most cases there's a rematch. There was no rematch, so all the sanctioning bodies kept Lomachenko as the number one mandated fucking fighter in all four divisions. So of course he was going to get a world title fight once Haney gave up the titles. Did he deserve not to get a title, but Shakur did? What did Shakur do at 135? Nothing. Oh, Tank Davis deserves to just be elevated and not fight anyone. What did he do at 135? Never fought a champion, right? And then what did fucking, who was the other champion? Shakur. Oh, Derevchenko, or his countryman from Lomachenko's. He fought Navarrete, right? Also given an opportunity. Navarrete just moved right up from his third division to his fourth to get a world title fight. Never fought at 135, but he deserved a world title fight, right? You know, coming off of a draw at 130. So people just have fucking the worst narratives ever. We know fucking you're just hating. That's all it is. It's all about hate. You didn't give a shit about other people in the same position. Funduro coming off a loss got a world title fight. You didn't care. You fucking wanted Spence to get a world title fight coming off of 2 years of inactivity after getting knocked the fuck out, but that was okay. People are just mental. We got good boxing matches that can keep me fed until NFL season starts. That's true. NFL is boring. Well, NFL is America's sport. It used to be baseball, but fucking NFL is killing it, man, in fucking the States. I can admit that I used to like the NFL. Now I don't really pay attention. Even though the best player in the NFL is white, so I guess I should probably be a fan, right? Now that Allen is the dominant player in the NFL. White domination, 7% of the global population, but the amount of white athletes that dominate is just unreal. It's okay to be white. Well, that was one of my gripes about Keyshawn. He tried to fight Navarrete after Navarrete had the draw with the Brazilian. Well, Keyshawn wasn't in position to do that. I mean, obviously it was the Ukrainian guy that fought him, and that's all Top Rank. Obviously, Top Rank is trying to build Keyshawn into their next superstar. So you need to get him named opponents. You tripping, bro. Just hate on Jake Paul. He's white. I do hate on Jake Paul. I hate on him because of what he does as a fighter, but I respect the fact that he's putting in time, right? Like, he puts in more effort than 90% of the boxers in the world. And what he's doing for boxing is fucking big. Think about all the fighters that are getting pushed in his next card, and that all women's card that's being pushed again by him as the promoter. So he's saved women's boxing. Not that that means much to me, but there's a lot of fucking great fighters that are getting a lot of push. Pat Mahomes, not white, he's 50-50. Pat Mahomes not the best player in football anymore. His 2 years are done. 2 years are done. That dude's history. And he's colored. That's what he is. If he was from South Africa, he wouldn't be white. He wouldn't be black. He's colored. So black people can't really claim him because he's not one of them. And white people can't claim him because he's not one of us. Just like Andre Ward, he's colored. He's not black. I'm just going with South Africa because, I love to hear all these Americans talk about South Africa like they actually know what's going on. You tripping, Sean. Pat Mahomes is still king. Man, that dude's washed up. Done. That style of play, short fucking career. Short career. Yeah. But it's okay. Nothing against him. I was just telling you, I'm not much of a football fan, so I'm mostly picking Allen just because I know guys like John Boxing going to make videos saying that I'm being racist and hating on black NFL players. So it's mostly me just being a fucking troll because I know fucking people jump at this shit. I don't watch NFL. So in reality, I don't even know who the best player in the NFL is. But if you told me it was a black American, I would not be surprised. 90% of the league is black American players, so you would hope that they are the best players in the league. Not like baseball where it's a Japanese guy. Otani's killing it. I can't believe Tio let George beat him. Fucking nobody can believe that. That was the biggest fucking faux pas of a boxing career. You have an instant fucking opportunity to fight him on Top Rank, but you don't like the money. So you wait over a year to fight your mandatory. Lose in other big money fights, right? Potential rematches against Loma or fucking Devin Haney fights, big money fights you could have got. Maybe Tank Davis fight. Who knows what potentially could have dropped into your pocket. But you fucking wait for this mandatory because you're so fixated on cash, and then you ruin your career, and your career has never been the same since. Literally, never been the same since. All John Boxing videos are dedicated to you. I noticed that. They are. Dude loves me. Tio should win rematch. It happens. Loma should beat Tio. I think Hitchins might be drained too. Well, this is the IBF, right? So you never know. But he didn't look drained at the weigh-in. Dude looked fucking energetic. So if people say that, I think it's just an excuse. There might be something George could take advantage of. Well, I think George is going to be able to take advantage of nothing. George tends to want to outbox the boxer, kind of like Canelo Alvarez did with fucking Floyd. And I don't understand these boxers that come in with a game plan that on paper doesn't even make fucking sense and think somehow it's going to work. Ali is a perfect example. They always talking about blacks being from Africa, but don't claim Elon Musk. Well, because whites are the invaders of Africa. Even though South Africa, the majority of South African blacks aren't from South Africa. They came from Middle Africa. Wars forced them south, where they moved into South Africa, where there was just nomad people, kind of like Australia, who were living during the Cape area. And where South Africa, where Dutch settlers moved, there was nothing there, no fucking civilization. So they literally moved to empty land. So they didn't take land from anyone. They moved to empty land and developed it. Is Muhammad Ali losing to Spinks worse than Teo losing to Kambosos? Yes, but Muhammad Ali revenged the Spinks loss. Teo didn't revenge the Kambosos loss. To be fair, Spinks was a gold medal Olympian, but he had less than 10 fights when Ali fought him. So that fight wasn't supposed to be anything. But the problem was Ali was already fucking shot. Dude was already fucking deteriorating mentally, right? He should not have been fighting against Spinks. His career should have been finished well before then. It's a shame that they fucking kept pushing that guy into the ring well after his days. I watched those fights, and those fights made me feel the same way it was watching Jake Paul fight Mike Tyson. Hard to watch, painful. You hate to see a legend that you grew up watching and really liking being put into this position where now they just look really fucking pathetic. And people should save people from those kind of situations. He should never have fought fucking Spinks. He should never have fought Burbick. He should never have fought Larry Holmes. Larry Holmes, I think really that kind of ruined his career, because mentally, I think that took a lot out of him. Fighting his idol and knowing that he wasn't fucking near the same fighter, and you're in there with a guy that should not have been in the ring, but you're trying to become the new one. So it's, this is a stepping stone fight for you. Good thing about George, at least he knows how to market a fight, if nothing else. Killer Cam about to get his hands and feet put on him. Hitchins need to make a statement. No one wanted rematch with Loma. Haney, Teo, they all got beat up. Hitchins was trying to brag Kambosos $50,000 when Kambosos had made more money than most lightweights. Well, that's it, 50,000. It's like, for you, this is real money. For Kambosos, that ain't fucking anything. That was a pathetic display, because it was like, dude, man, you're showing the level right here. You ain't on his level. 50 G's, big deal. Kambosos has made tens of millions of dollars. George Kambosos, boxer's net worth. Who's that? That's not even a boxer. They don't disclose his net worth. They're hiding it. Doing it for the culture. Whatever happened to Hitchins when he was part of fucking Floyd Mayweather's fucking stable? Floyd fucking held that dude back hard, man. Coach Wester, you be on Coach Malachi channel. Cambosis fought not long ago. Sean, did you hear it took 3 times for Hitchins to make weight? I didn't hear that. Shake my head. It's time for him to move up as well. Well, the problem is it's the IBF, right? It's not about making weight. The IBF obviously has those weigh-in policies which are difficult. George has banned range IQ when it comes to boxing. Well, he's just got short arms, right? Fundamentally, he doesn't have the advantages to be a boxer like he wants to be because his arm reach fucking always means he's going to be out of range. Richard's not drained. You saw Richard on the scale. He looked fucking energetic and hyped like crazy. But obviously, he's a dude that could move up because he's tall, rangy. And even if you saw him on the scale, he was totally fucking ripped to shreds. Ace Boogie with a hoodie. Great artist to walk down the aisle with. New York representing in the building. I don't even know who fucking Ace Hoodie with a fucking boogie is. Never heard of him. If I walked past him on the street, I wouldn't know who the fuck he was. All these new age rappers, man, none of them fucking interest me at all. Like literally, J. Cole, fucking the rest. As bad as it is, I prefer Drake to all of them. At least Drake's music is fucking catchy. You could dance to it. The rest of these dudes, a lot of their music is cringe. Of course, I'm showing my age. I'm fucking 57 years old. When was Cambosis' last fight? A few months ago. Yeah, not that long ago. But that's the thing, the difference between somebody that's popular, like Drake, and then you got like, who's the guy that Drake had his back and forth with, right? That dude may be a great lyricist, but his fucking music is shit. It's just not interesting at all. And people are wondering why people didn't like him at the NFL Super Bowl. It's because his music doesn't transcend. It's very specific to a specific group of people. Not all Black Americans, specific people that like his music. Obviously, age and other things relate to it. Like Drake's music, it crosses boundaries. I know white South African girls that fucking love Drake's music, right? But they wouldn't like fucking the other dude because his music it ain't interesting, man. It's got terrible fucking beats to it. You don't want to dance to that shit. Like I listened to his song, Kendrick Lamar, won 4 Grammys. Won 4 Grammys on a song that fucking nobody wants to hear. Like if you played it on the radio, I'd turn the fucking channel. Kendrick Lamar is boring. Maybe he needs a better fucking DJ working with him for better beats because his fucking beats are terrible. Sure, maybe he's a great lyricist. That's true. There's been a lot of great lyricists who wrote songs for other musicians who were fucking more entertaining. Right? But Drake's music, he way more transcending. Hence the reason why Drake's fucking got millions and millions and millions of dollars and Kendrick Lamar is fucking the people's champ. Sean, you don't know hip hop. I don't know hip hop. I know what I like. See, this is the same as boxing. People that tell you you don't know something. Just because I don't like what you like has nothing to do with anything. There's lots of people that don't like Kendrick Lamar. More than half the people that watched the Super Bowl fucking halftime show didn't like Kendrick Lamar. Yeah, West Coast beats are terrible to me too, Sean. I'm with you. West Coast beats weren't bad before. I mean, historically, that's really what got West Coast beats were the whole premise behind the music, right? They had great old school beats that they fucking renewed and turned into great modern fucking hip hop songs and tracks. East Coast was more fun, more upbeat. South had its own feel, right? I love the South, but it's really different, very unique, very special. I was always East Coast, obviously growing up in Toronto. But then when all that West Coast gangster rap stuff with the fucking great tracks, we're dropping great fucking old music being redone, that shit killed, man. It was mainstream. It went from nowhere, became somewhere. Yeah, but underground gangster rap became fucking mainstream. Ice Cube, right, became fucking mainstream. So much so that he transitioned into fucking TV and did a million movies afterwards and a million TV shows. But everyone's got their own fucking interest, right? Some people love UK music, some people love American, right? Everyone has their own tastes. Just like boxing, it's okay to be different. It's okay to have your own fucking interests. I don't need to like what you like, and you don't need to like what I like. Here we go. Let's see if Kambosos can do anything. I don't think so. I already saw him fight fucking Haney twice. I don't think he's going to do anything different with Richard Hitchins. But we'll see. Let's go. First round. Let's see who comes out dominant. Well, Hitchins just going to fight behind that jab. The question is, can George Kambosos do anything to get past that jab? Jab will take you around the world. Good jab to the body from Kambosos. That's it. You got to lower your level. Jab to the body and fucking looping right hands to his head over his jab. Not lefts. Rights. Jab to the body, and then once you hit the body, you loop the fucking right hand over the head. Lefts, you got to use closer. Short little hook from George, just grazing. Double that jab up. That's what you do. But once you do it, you don't step back out. You duck, come in, throw the looping fucking right. There's no point landing your jabs and then giving up range. Thing is with George, is George even a good inside fighter, right? I don't even think he's a great inside fighter. So once he gets inside, what's he going to do? He got that potential one big hook, right? Loop and hook, and then after that, what else has he got? You finally threw it, but out of range. To beat a guy like fucking Hitchins, you need to have volume and you need to be all over him. You can't fight at his pace. Round one. George didn't fight bad, to be fair, but obviously Hitchins won that round primarily with his jab. So far, the fight's going as expected. To be fair, George looks not bad, but he's still going to struggle to get into range to be effective. My question is, has Hitchins fought anyone that tested his chin? Maybe he did. I just can't remember. Obviously, if he's got a good chin, then he's in a good position to make a lot of money. Hitchins' jab was peppered. Cam got to get inside. But you always knew Hitchins' jab was going to be effective. I think Hitchins' jab is better than Devin Haney's, to be fair. I don't think he's as well-rounded a fighter as Devin Haney. I think Devin Haney is more of a versatile fighter than Hitchins. Hitchins does what he does, and that's it. jab, right hand, check, hook. We got to throw Richard Hitchins in with fucking Tito Trinidad. Good jabs to the body from George, but you still got to follow with that right hand to the head, man. There's no point getting in there where you hit his body, but you don't follow it up. It looks like neither guy put on a lot of weight between the weigh-in and the fight. I'd be curious how much more weight they put on, but I think it's marginal. I think Hitchins' best weight is still 140, not 147. Throw the right there. You had it. There, hook. To be fair, George is fighting decent. The problem is I think he's just still tentative to get hit. So after he lands a punch, he doesn't follow it up. 2 rounds. Hitchinson, as JB likes to call him. Hitchins jab. It's the story of the fight so far. He hasn't hit many fucking backhands, but his jab's been pretty effective. He's landing a few right hands, but not that many yet. And George, you gotta fucking land the jab, put your head down, and loop that fucking right hand over the top. You can't miss. The dude's right there. That's a good right hand. Round 3. Yeah, George is limited, right? That was always the case. That's why everybody predicted that Tio was going to destroy him. The shock and awe was that he actually won the fight. Oh, look at Richard throwing that long uppercut. You can fucking capitalize on that if he tries that shit. Big left hand. You jab that body, but then you don't follow it up once you hit him. That's the time you got to throw the right hand over the top, buddy. You got to hit him with something that he fucking feels. Then he's going to not want to stand in front of you so much. George ain't a bad fighter, but when you think about natural abilities, he just doesn't really have much. He's not long. He's not fast. He doesn't have real power. But to be fair, his boxing is not bad. He's got some skills, which is why he's come this far. But at the end of the day, you don't have that power that's going to be able to get you out of situations. You're not fast, so when you try to box with a boxer, inevitably you're going to fucking get outboxed. I'm just curious how JB is going to spin this to make this victory for Hitchins better than Lomachenko's victory. You know what's going to happen. The irony is you don't want to give Lomachenko credit because Kambosos is a shot fighter after the Devin Haney losses. But then Hitchins is going to get tons of praise if he goes in there and beats Kambosos, especially stops him. Yeah, I think Keyshawn Davis fucking stops fucking Richard Hitchinson. Hit the body. There, hit the body. Don't go for the head. Body, body, body. Nah, Richard gonna stop Cam, which is hard to do. Well, Lomachenko is the first to do it. Got no credit for it. None. Zero. Zilch. Nada. I don't know why guys don't take the Lemos approach and put all the pressure on Richard. It speeds up the fight. Well, that's what I said. That's what you got to do with him. You got to put nonstop pressure on him. He doesn't feel comfortable under that scenario. He'd rather fight at his pace behind his jab. He don't want to be sped up. He don't want to be backed up, right? But to do that, you're going to have to take jabs to get inside. And obviously Lemos, when you look at Lemos to Kambosos, Lemos physically is a much stronger, bigger fighter. Lemos looked bigger than Hitchins, whereas Kambosos, he's not that big, right? He just got pulled up. This is his first fight. Is this his first fight at 140 or is this his second? Was his last fight at 140? Maybe, I'm not sure. Hitchins is nothing special either. Hitchins got good skills, right? Good jab, good right hand. But is he special? Does he have more than that? Is he the kind of guy that's going to be pound for pound? I don't know. Maybe, but at this point, I haven't seen enough of him to tell me that. The Lemos performance, I thought he lost that fight. His fight against two Australians made him look good. But then again, it's two Australians. Nobody really rates fucking Australian fighters. So you beat two Australian fighters, it's like, okay, that's not bad, but let's keep it 100. You got that check hook you just threw, George. Then you got to fucking drop that right hand short down the middle. See, the problem with George, you just letting one punch go. You're not going to fucking land anything with just throwing one punch. He could see the one punch coming. You got to put 2 or 3 together so you could land something. There. Bend, jab to the body, push him to the ropes, fucking let your hands go. Yeah, you threw double jab and you didn't follow it up with a fucking hook. Yeah, it's a nice hook. You got to give George praise. At least he's trying. He's battling. There you go. Good counter jab. There you go. You finally threw a hook. I think you need to get lower when you fucking throw the jab to the body so his head's right in range for that hook. Kind of like Danny Garcia threw against fucking Amir Khan, right? Similar type of fight, similar type of matchup. Boxer versus a smaller hooker. Nice counter shots from Hitchins. Easy work. Now Richard got to stop Cam, which is hard to do. Hitchins is nothing special. I've seen a lot of classic Loma fights in that room. That's true. Problem is, George, when you get into range, you're not letting your fucking hands go. Wow, a masterclass. Cam's eyes closing. See, listen to Damon. He didn't say that when Lomachenko was fucking beating fucking Kambosos' ass. But now that you fight him after Loma stops him and pull him up in weight, now it's going to be a masterclass. Everybody knew what was going to happen in this fight. Out of the two Australian fighters, Hitchins already beat the better one at 140 pounds. That's going to be a good matchup. Those two guys in Australia down under fighting each other for Australian pride. I think Kambosos loses that fight too, but it's another big payday for him. At the end of the day, Kambosos, with his limited skill set, made good money. Look at Kambosos. Never has he gotten Hitchins on the rope. Never. Right? You got to ask yourself, how do you think you're ever going to beat Richard Hitchins fighting in the middle of the ring for the fucking 12 rounds? Like, who wrote up that game plan and felt that somehow that was the plan that was going to be successful? Like, if you told me they're going to do that, I would have told you, yeah, you're fucking going to lose. You're fighting the wrong style. You need to be aggressive, a little dirty, a little physical. You got to get him on the ropes. You got to hit that body. You got to get inside and fucking throw combination punches and just overwhelm him. Take away his jab. Force him to fucking let hands go. Maybe he'll knock you out that way, but chances are probably he's not going to. There was a good left hook from George, but then he doesn't really follow with anything. Oh my God, you're fucking getting hit like the Japanese guy. Yeah, push him against the ropes, shoulder him, fucking let your hooks go. You got him in range, he's letting his hands go, now throw. Yeah, you say come forward, but you move back. Come on, man. He ain't boxing you now, he's throwing. So open up, hit him. There, hit the body. George got no power, man. None. No power. At 140, this is not his weight for sure. That's a bad round for you, George. That round looked terrible. JB will say this guy is pound for pound talent now. Of course he will. Of course he will. Of course. Hutchins versus Ortiz. You mean Hitchins versus Ortiz? Well, fucking Hitchins is 140. Ortiz is 154 pounds. So I think Ortiz would knock his ass out. Look at Tio. And fucking capping dad in the back. Yeah, look at me. I'm fucking nobody. I'm just trying to get shine off my son. Crazy how 2 dream beatings can ruin a fighter. Oh, of course you're going to say that. Hitchins, man, would get knocked out by Ortiz. He's a fucking 15 pounds smaller fighter. Richard said he would not run. He's in the pocket. Well, yeah. No one fucking said he's running. We say he's fighting behind a great jab and a good right hand. And the onus is for George to fucking move him backwards and use combinations to fucking break him down. I wonder if Hitchins will fight like this against Subriel Matias. We know he ducked that fight. To be fair, these two fights turned out far better than you could have imagined, right? Andy Cruz put on a good fight, stopping the Japanese fighter, beating his ass with right hands, and Hitchins is putting on a good performance today against Kambosos. So that's what I say about boxing, right? You can look at a fight, you can think it's going to be good, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be good. You can look at fights that look like they're going to disappoint, and they could potentially surprise you. Boxing is real drama. You never know what's going to happen. Hitchins' mouth is bleeding. Come on, George. You got to capitalize on that. See the blood. Now you're hungry like a lion. Bear up. Be tough. Who's tougher, you or him? He's the better boxer. But is he tougher than you? I think he is, but let's see what you think. Hitchins is the young, hungry guy. George is the millionaire. Yeah, you land that punch, but then you don't follow it. Nice jab from Hitchins. Boom, boom. Change your level, George, and then throw that right hand so he doesn't see it coming. Now you throw it. George, master boxing can give you great fights. See, Sean? See, Damon, once again, you missed the whole point of the conversation. No one is against master boxing. People are against people running around the ring and not engaging. Hitchins, like Cruz, is engaging. He's in range to land punches. He's throwing combinations. Nice elbow. This is why the fight's good. If he was moving around the ring, only fighting behind a jab, holding every time George got close to him to engage, then that's what people would be critical of. Boring fucking boxing. People said, what did I say fucking from day one? Guys could fight like Leonard and Ali. You could box and move around the ring, great footwork, jab, 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 jab. And then once the guy's in a position where you can capitalize on, boom, 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 let your fucking hands go. The problem is, Haney didn't let his hands go. William Skull didn't let his hands go. Whenever they got in range where they could let their hands go, all they did was fucking hold. Richard making me nervous. George having more success. At least these guys aren't running like Haney. Yeah. Subriel is too robotic, but unlike fucking George, Subriel Matias is a legitimate 140-pound fighter, and all those punches that George landed on Hitchins, Matias has power. George got no power. So that's the difference. It doesn't mean that Hitchins wouldn't be able to hit him with jabs all day and right hands. I think he would. Everybody hits fucking Matthias with jabs and big right hands. The point is, what happens when he lands fucking punches to you? Are you going to be able to take his power, especially a natural 140-pound fighter? Now you're fighting a 135-pound fighter who never had great power at 135, at 140. So, you don't really have much of a threat. You got longer arms. You're the better boxer. It looks like you got more power. Why you back up, George? You got him on the ropes, and then you fucking backed up and allow him range to land his jabs. I just don't understand the game plan. It don't make much sense to me. Well, wicked left hand from Hitchins. Now you're holding him, but you're not pushing him on the ropes. You're not fucking landing any hooks. I just don't think George has a very good ring IQ. Let's see if he can pull a Fabio Wardley. I think we're going into the 8th round now, Mike. I think Kambosos isn't feather-fisted. Well, but he's never been much of a power puncher. You're not supposed to make it easy for a slow-footed guy. It's all easy work. Why would I give that flat-footed guy a chance to be effective? It's so stupid. That's fine, Damon. You can fight like that. But the point is, Cruz did give the flat-footed fighter opportunities. And those opportunities allowed him to be more effective. Hitchins is giving Kambosos opportunities, which is allowing Hitchins to be more effective, right? You allowing guys into range allows you to hit them too. That's the whole point. If Cruz and Hitchins had determined that they wanted to be safe because they felt like the guys they were fighting had power, luckily neither had power, they could just fight around the ring throwing their jabs, and then every time the guy got into range to land punches, you hold him. People would say it was a boring fucking fight. I never want to see that fucking dude fight again. And you could say, well, you're fighting to be safe and fighting to get the win. Sure. But don't expect me to pay to watch you fight if that's the way you're going to fight. That's all we're saying. Fighters can do what they like, but it doesn't mean I'm going to fucking like it or appreciate it. Just like we talked about music earlier. You can like fucking what's his face. I can't remember his name, but it doesn't mean I have to like him. I don't need to like what you like. We can all have our own preferences. That's the good thing about living in the world today. The problem is some people act as if you can't have your own fucking opinion and you can't like who you like. The reason this fight's good today is because Hitchins is allowing the fight to actually be on the inside. He's looked good in the process. At the end of the day, he's going to get lots of positive responses on his performance, unlike Devin Haney and William Skull's fucking performances, which got terrible reviews. People are going to say, Hitchins fought great today. I can't wait to see him fight Subriel Matias or maybe Teofimo Lopez, who's actually in the crowd, right? And actually, the way Hitchins was fighting today, I think Teo fucking beats him. Because Teo ain't no fucking Kambosos, even though, yes, Kambosos did beat him, which is the irony. George, you're slowing down. You look tired. Come on, man. You got to fucking realize fucking this fight was always going to be a fucking tough one, and you need to fucking grind it out to be successful. George Hart fucking looks done. Not much in the gas tank. See, and then you back out, George. You're in range. You fucking land a punch, and you don't follow it up. You fucking literally move out of range to land him to have range. Like, what are you doing, buddy? Like, the worst fucking game plan ever. There you go. But Hitchins, don't get fucking too excited. You fought a guy coming up from 135 pounds. You didn't fight any of the top fucking dudes at 140. Like, you were fucking supposed to win that fight the way you won. And you did. Congratulations. But let's be honest. In actuality, I like Richard's style better than Puello's. Oh, fuck, for sure. Puello is the worst style ever. Fucking Puello is not fun to watch. Matias is likely to lose to Puello, but it does suck that we aren't going to get a fight with Richard and Subriel. Ramirez lost every round while Haney was fighting the way it was. People are still going to pay. You said it's been going for the decades. Folks still pay regardless. That ain't true, Damon. That ain't true. Like, you're delusional. Like, Haney is not a big fucking draw. People aren't paying because he didn't take this Sandor Martin fight because promoters weren't going to pay him what he wanted because they knew the fight wasn't fucking an attraction, that Devin Haney didn't attract huge crowds. And fighting a guy like Sandor Martin who nobody knows, people weren't going to be fucking interested. So the fight didn't happen. The Achilles heel of European guys, body shots. See, that's the stupidest fucking thing ever. Everybody fucking gets dropped by body shots. What do you mean Europeans? George Kambosos is from Australia. He's not European. You mean white people? Yes, every white person. We're soft to the body. That's true. Not like the brothers. The brothers all fucking can take it to the body. Brothers never get knocked out to the body. Never. Once again, you expose your fucking stupidity. Sandor brought nothing to the table for the dream. He was the fucking mandatory. It had nothing to do with bringing something to the table. The point was, Devin Haney just fucking was in a terrible performance against Ryan Garcia. He needed a bounce back performance against a light punching fighter. Sandor Martin was perfect. Could have fought him, kept his WBC title, but because he thinks himself is better than he is, he thinks he's Floyd Mayweather, but he ain't. He thinks he deserves to be paid like Canelo, but he doesn't, right? He fucking sat out for a whole fucking year and then came back and put on a shit performance against Ramirez. Watch Haney's next fight will be pay-per-view and you will go live on it. I don't mean white people, and my apology. Well, you said Europeans. You mean black Europeans? So black Europeans can't take it to the body? Like, we know what you meant. You meant white people. I was impressed with Richard tonight. Yeah, but he had the perfect opponent, right? Like, come on, David. You did not think that fucking Hitchins was going to fucking beat Kambosos? Like, when that fight was signed up, even John Boxing was saying this fight's a waste of time. It doesn't need to happen. Whereas me, being realistic, I realize this is the biggest payday of Hitchins' career. Of course it needs to happen. He's got an easy opponent with name recognition to get the biggest fucking bag before jumping in to fight unknown fucking champions at 140. Like, who are you going to fight at 140 that's going to get you as much money as Kambosos? Tio. That's it. Russell? Probably not. Puello? Definitely not. And then who's the other champion? Right? Like, you need opponents to help market fights.
What looked like the best performance of your career. You come back 6 months later in New York, and you put on a performance that looked even better. How did you feel about the way you fought tonight?
First, I just want to thank God, before anything. A few years ago, I think over 4 years ago, I was watching Teofimo and George Kambosos. go to battle on this war. And I was sitting somewhere along them stands, and I said, when I get my opportunity, I would make the best of it. And with the help of Eddie Hearn and Keith Conley.
Hey, that's what happens when you get away from Floyd Mayweather, who held you back.
I've been telling the boxing world down the truth. Everybody that know Richardson Hitchins, if you don't know, now you know. I've been telling the boxing world that I was coming, and they should have listened. So now I'm here.
We knew the jab has been a part of your arsenal all throughout your career, but it was the body work tonight that really seemed to get the job done. How much was that a part of the game plan coming in?
I watched George. I seen the fight with him and Devin Haney. I knew that Devin Haney didn't really take him inside, and he was headhunting a lot when he did have him hurt. So I said, I'm gonna touch him some short shots. And when I did touch him in a short shot, I seen how he squinted, and I smelled blood. But I just wanted to keep punishing him. And I told his dad, if you love your son, you'll stop the fight. So he was tough. He was a true competitor, but I was just a better man tonight.
Coming into this fight, I think a lot of people would have said, hey, Richardson can win a decision pretty easy. Like, will he step on the gas? Will he go for the knockout? Will he look to be spectacular? Was that on your mind tonight?
Yeah, I knew that I had to, I had to go to some unsafe places to get some good shots off. So I put myself in harm's way, but I knew that I had good defense, and I knew I could take a punch. He called me a couple good shots, but it didn't really hurt me. So I just went for the kill. So I always knew I had it in me, but the fights be so easy on the outside where I don't gotta take a chance. But now I'm getting more comfortable as a professional. I said, all right, let's sit in here and dig. Let me test my defense.
And that's how you're gonna make money.
In the last round, did you know?
Not keeping it all easy on the outside.
Nah,
Teo gonna stay away from Hitchins. I think Teo could beat him.
Body shot, and I fouled up, and it was all she wrote.
You got your title still, and I know you want bigger and better things in the 140-pound division. A couple of the title holders that are out there right now. Teofimo Lopez here, watching this fight from ringside. What do you want to do next?
Like I said, I want to thank Eddie Hearn and Matchroom and 2 years there, my career to the top.
But Damon, you fight like that, no one's gonna care. No one's gonna pay for you. Nobody wants to watch you fight like that.
I want the big fights.
That's the whole point.
I called Teofimo out right away. Obviously he got other plans, so I don't know what's next. But I'm looking at the camera.
Look at Teo in the fucking ring.
Pussies, New York, stand up, baby. We here, baby.
Congratulations, Richardson. Tremendous performance.
I wonder what John gonna have to say. Fucking him calling out Devin Haney. Now all of a sudden Hitchins gonna be fucking no good. He's gonna be overrated. He's gonna be limited, right? Look, oh no, Hitchins hanging out with a racist. Oh my god, man, do it for the culture. You should be hitting Teo.
We got Hitchins. He's calling out Haney. We'll probably try to pull out Lomachenko too. Man, I fought him more, man. I'm a warrior. He's a hell of a fighter. They're all great fighters. And you know what? Like I've been saying.
Well, because Teo's going in another direction. We know that. Why are you upset, Damon?
Just didn't have that time. He's really too good for it tonight. So, hey, he was with a beautiful body shot. I still got up at 10, 9-10, but the ref's got to do his job. And like I said, look at the ring in here. We got champions in here, and I'm fighting them all, man. So the boxing world, they're going to talk a little bit now, but I hope you guys appreciate the warrior that I am. I fight the best, so it is what it is.
You knew you'd have to get inside that jab of Hitchins. You had trouble doing it for most of the night. Why couldn't you get inside that one punch?
Just the timing, man. I've had maybe too many wars on the outside. Just couldn't get that timing right. I couldn't get the movement right. A couple times got in there. Clipped him a couple times. I thought I caught him nicely a couple times, but it is what it is. Like I said, I'm a warrior. And let's see, if all the boys fight each other, they're going to get wins, losses, draws. Who gives a fuck, man? This is boxing. Fight the best, fuck the cherries.
That's right.
You always find the best, George. As you move your career forward, where do you go next?
Look, man, I don't know right now. I've had 2 fights in like 3 months' time. Two solid guys, and I've been fighting the best. So right now, I'm going to go coach my son's footy team. That's what I want to do, and obviously, it is what it is.
All right, appreciate it, George.
Thank you to the boxing world. I always love you guys, and we'll go back to the drawing board, but all the best to Richie and his team and what they do next. Look, man, I chased it. I really believed it, but it's too good for me today. And obviously, Teo as well,
Teo was hoping he would win.
God bless everyone, and New York, I love you guys. Thank you.
All right, Eddie Hearn.
Hey, who's that blonde-haired motherfucker?
Eddie, let's start your Richardson's performance tonight.
Yeah, great performance, George is a warrior, but that's what you needed for Richie to come out, step on the gas after the domination. Sometimes he would let that just coast to 12 rounds.
Step on the gas. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Step on the gas.
Great atmosphere tonight. Great performance from a great young American champion. Time for him to get the big fights.
Teofimo, everybody's wondering what you're going to do next. Is a unification fight with Richardson Hitchins something you'd consider?
Hey, I just want to say, shout out, thank God, actually. Thank God for making this possible for everybody. Yeah, absolutely. What round was it that he stopped for?
Infinite.
All right, infinite. Yeah, so yeah, absolutely. Unification, here we go.
Is that the fight you want? Is that something we've been hearing about you, Buchanan, Devin Haney? Is Richardson Hitchins the fight that you want to do next?
I don't know. Let me hear it, New York. Y'all want to see that fight? All right, man. I'm all about the people. Let's go, baby.
Appreciate it, Teofimo. Any last word to you? Richard did say he's a free agent. I know you want to keep working with him, doing big fights with him. What's the big fight out there you think is there for Richardson Hitchins?
I think this man, when you heard him talk about Devin Haney, we had a great run with Tio. We were talking with Pete about where we go from here and moving forward. It's time for him to land a big fight now.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yes, he needs a big fight.
Thank you so much, Chris. So a lot going on there in terms of.
Wow, look at that watch of fucking his promoter or manager. Those dudes, man. Is that Keith Conley? You know who's getting rich. It ain't the boxers. That dude's fucking watch was bling, bling. Dominant performance. Dominant. Tio is at your weight. Devin is going to 147, and Devin would be the A side. He's not going to go back down to 140. That's true. But once again, it just sounds like Devin fans picking and choosing. Throw Cambosis in with Gary Antoine Russell. I bet my house that Gary stops him. Well, of course he stops him. Come on. George has made me money by losing to all these guys because it's so predictable. Hitchins is food. Food for who, Jose? Who you think is food? Like, who would you guys like to see Hitchins fight next? Russell? Puelo? Or Matias Winner? Tio? Right? You got 3 champions in that division. Of course, Hitchins might go to 147, right? See, the funny thing is Damon was talking about how he's struggling to make weight. But now that he's talking about fighting Devin, which you could do at 147, now you're talking about A side. Oh, A side, A side. No one's fucking saying anything about A side. Why are you bringing that up? Antoine eats Hitchins for lunch. Yeah, I don't know. We already saw Russell get fucking thoroughly beaten by Puelo. I mean, if Puelo could do that to Russell, Hitchins could do that to Russell. I think that one fight with Russell, I got to see him do another performance like that because I think he's juicing hard time because the dude threw over 1,000 punches in that fight, getting a great victory. But you got to give fucking Rayo fucking credit. Rayo fought good still. He was just overwhelmed because Russell was on another fucking planet that day. I'm kind of tired of people giving Richardson Hitchins shit. He does need to fight Matias if Matias gets by Puelo. Yeah, like I don't care who he fights. I mean, obviously any unification fight would be great, right? Like, I mean, obviously if you think about money, then the Tio fight makes the most sense because that's the money fight for you at 140 pounds. You're going to make more money fighting him than you are to fight the rest of those dudes, probably combined. So, you know, you can understand. But Tio seemed lukewarm about that fight. Hitchins rather call out Devin Haney. So we'll see. You better not duck me, son. Andre, Russell has always had an energetic style. Sign the contract. It's signed. It's in the mail. Email. You're the A side. Z side. But, you know, I just think when this fight was first announced, nobody's surprised that Hitchins won the fight. Like, I don't know who really felt that fucking Cambosis was going to win. Not me. You move up to 140 pounds, you're fighting bigger fighters. You already were beaten and exposed at 135. What are you going to do at 140? I think for Tio, his best fight will be a fight at 140 pounds against the Australian fighter, his countryman. Where's that dude? That fight makes the most sense. Limparo, right? You fight Limparo in Australia, 25-1, ex-world champion, versus Kambosos, ex-world champion. That fight's going to be big. You could make good money. You could put it on pay-per-view in Australia. Obviously, it's an Australian-based fight, but nonetheless, it's still good, solid. I mean, this is a guy that beat Sabrina Matias, beat Montana Love, beat Australian Brock Jarvis, beat Yomar Alamar. Loma barely stopped him. Oh my God. Loma fucking wasn't a 140-pound fighter pulling him up in weight, was he? Loma was a 130-pound fighter fighting at 135. What are you talking about? People are fucking predictable. Stop using 135 excuse. People get older and they can't make the same weight at their... Dude, you're fucking mental. The dude fucking pulled up a 135-pound fighter. There are more than enough 140-pound contenders in the weight class he could have fought. We know why he pulled up George. He pulled up George because it's easy fight, easy money, career high payday. Like, you got fucking fighters here at 140 could have fought. Tio, Matias, Hiroka, Hitchins, Paro, Agrabah, Azim, Smith, Barboza, Berzaliev, Puelo, Delgado, Clayton, Machado. You think he wants Machado? Russell. Jermaine Ortiz, another top-ranked guy. Oscar Duarte, Fernandez, Santiago, right? You go all the way down to fucking 20. You got opponents, even 22. Brandon fucking Lee. Rivera, Elvis Rodriguez, Jukambayev, 25. You got a lot of fighters at 140 pounds, but he chose to do what made sense. I ain't hating on him. I fucking defended him fighting Kambosos. You want to criticize somebody, criticize JB. I said, of course he's going to fight Kambosos. This is the easiest and biggest money fight you can get. You're going to get a career high payday fighting George fucking Kambosos. Of course you're going to fight him. You're going to fight some unknown kid for fucking shit money? Of course not. You're going to fight some dangerous kid for crap money? No. You're going to fight fucking a guy you already know who you can beat. You've seen fucking fights against a dude that fights similar to you, that beat him easily, and you know you're going to get a career high payday. So of course you're going to say, ta-ching! Nobody predicted Hitchins to stop Kambosos in 8, though. He still outshined the Dream and Loma. Oh my God. Oh, you dudes, man, are pathetic. Pathetic. Lomachenko is retired. He didn't pull him up. Kambosos moved up to his own, and Kambosos just fought a bum at 140 before Hitchins. Yeah, as a precursor to fighting fucking Hitchins. Like, dude, like, you can act as if somehow this was some great matchup. John Boxing doesn't even agree with you. John Boxing literally said this fight doesn't need to happen. It's a waste of time, right? That's the one thing John's being honest about. John said he better knock him out, because if he doesn't knock him out, I'm giving him no fucking credit. We know why he picked Kambosos. Because of money. And I don't hate on him for that. If I was him, I would do the exact same fucking thing. I'm going to fight Sabrina Matias and make less money against a more dangerous fighter, or I could fight George Kambosos coming up from 135. Come on. Some people thought Hitchins would stop George. Yeah, of course people thought he would stop George. George just got stopped by Lomachenko. I don't know why Hitchins wants to fight Haney. I got to admit, that's a cherry pick. What's a cherry pick? Hitchins and Haney? Cherry pick for who? I mean, if he fights Tio, that's a great fight. He fights Haney, that's a great fight too. Like, there's no cherry picks. Those are legitimate fucking fights, well above what he's done in his career. If he's able to win Haney is shot. Come on. Haney's not shot. Haney just won an easy fucking matchup against Ramirez, outboxing him in a boring fucking fight. But I mean, he still got legs. He was able to fucking move for 12 rounds, right? He ain't shot. Mentally, he might be fucking a little fragile, but then Hitchins might be the perfect fighter because Hitchins ain't a hard puncher. He ain't big. Haney's going to be bigger than fucking Hitchins on fight night, way bigger, right? So, look at Damon and silly ass praising Hitchins for stopping Cam like it's a great win, but when Loma did it first, he was washed, laugh out loud, can't make it up. Exactly, right? That's my whole point. I said literally, if fucking Hitchins stops fucking Kambosos, just wait to see the difference of energy. People wouldn't give Lomachenko credit for doing it, but they're going to act like fucking Hitchins did something that's never been done before. David Esther Haney still got it. Do you look like he fought Ramirez? Hitchins has got more power and a better chin than Haney. I think he's got more power. He might have a better chin. We've never seen him in with an opponent that actually had power, so I don't know if that's true or not. Haney couldn't stop George. Yeah, okay. No one said Haney had power. Haney did a better job against Ramirez than Taylor. Yeah, but Taylor was an undefeated fighter and a unified champion and so was Ramirez. Haney fought Ramirez, who'd already been fucking beaten multiple times and had been out of the ring for a long time, gotten married, and was 1 foot in the door, 1 foot out. So it was a very different fucking Ramirez that Haney and Taylor fought. One was for undisputed. The other one fucking was for no title. Like, let's just put that fucking out there. Undisputed, no fucking title. I thought Lomachenko and George was a cherry pick at the time Loma fought him. I don't think it was a cherry pick. Lomachenko was the mandatory. Anybody under him to fight for the W or IBF title, it is what it is. Obviously marketing-wise, it made sense because they were supposed to fight before Devin Haney fought George. And because of the war, that fight didn't happen. So financially, you knew why it happened as well. I'm telling you, silly ass has ADHD. At 135, Lomachenko could have fought Shakur. He could have. Machado Loma should have fought Shakur. Tank Davis should fight Shakur. Why aren't you calling that out? Tank Davis should have fought Devin Haney. Shakur should have fought Devin Haney, but Haney ducked him at 135 for the WBC title, right? It's ironic that Lomachenko ducked Haney for the WBC title, but Haney didn't duck his mandatory Shakur, right? People expose themselves time and time again with their fucking fake narratives and complete fucking double standard. Ernesto Machado was supposed to be on the card. Yeah, he was supposed to be. I don't know why he fell off, eh? Shakur should have fought Keyshawn. Well, that fight was never going to happen. They're close. The fight that should have happened was Lomachenko-Keyshawn or Muratalla versus Keyshawn. The fight that should happen is Tank Davis versus Shakur. Keyshawn is young up-and-comer. Shakur and Tank, same fucking point in their careers. That's the fight that needs to happen. People that are ducking that, they're the problem with boxing. Because that should be the one fight at 135 that everyone consensus is calling for. Right? That is the Leonard versus Hearns. Sean, who do you got, Canelo or Bud? Loma don't need Twitter sin for his legacy. Tank does. Facts. I can see how both guys can win. I can see Canelo getting to Bud early, and I can see Bud winning by decision. And I think that's kind of how it's going to play out. For me, I got to see how Bud's legs are. With the extra weight he puts on, if his legs look strong. If his legs look like Wilder, Canelo's going to beat him. If his legs look good, like Haney's, then I think Bud Crawford's going to win. Man, why do people use Shakur, Haney, and Tank to deflect criticism that Lomachenko deserves? What criticism does Lomachenko deserve? Crawford beat Canelo first round KO. Well, come on, that ain't gonna fucking happen. What criticism does Lomachenko deserve? What did Lomachenko do that he shouldn't have done? Fighting bums. What bums did Lomachenko fight? Like, unlike all those guys that you listed, Shakur, Haney, and Tank, Lomachenko fought Haney, Tio. He fought two of the top four, and he's the old guy that had already fucking fought Linares, Petraza, and others. Those guys haven't fought fucking anyone. Shakur and Tank Davis have yet to fight a world champion at 135. And consecutively. Loma's great, no criticism. Loma didn't beat bums. Comey, you're crazy. Comey's no bum. Comey was a fucking world champion. Lomachenko, in truth, should have fought Comey for undisputed, right? That was the biggest problem that Top Rank did. They shouldn't have fucking tried to focus on building Tio by using Comey. They should have had Lomachenko fight Comey for undisputed. And then Tio could have fought Lomachenko, the undisputed lightweight champion. Haney could have fought Lomachenko, the undisputed champion. And Nakatani was the guy that fucking gave Tio a tough fight, right? A fight where Tio afterwards said he never wanted to fight a tough fighter again. Lomachenko killed both of those guys, dominated them. One ex-champion, one guy that gave Tio the toughest fight of his career. They're not bums. Every single fighter in boxing has fought worse fighters than those guys. Crawford versus Canelo plays out like Miguel Cotto, Sergio Martinez, with Canelo being Cotto and Bud being Sergio. I don't know about that. He wasted no time to fight good fighters, and George. Comey and Nakatani aren't bums. Neither is George. George was a unified fucking champion. Silly ass back into John boxing. Nakatani got knocked out by Yoshino. Oh my God. And Comey had already been destroyed by Tio. Once again, David, as a boxing fan, sometimes your takes are ridiculous. The dudes you will fanboy for, like they're the best fighters in boxing. But then for Lomachenko to bounce back after a Tio loss by fighting Nakatani and Comey, coming off of a loss, but somehow those are bum fights. Then losing to Haney in a controversial fight, coming back and facing a good young fighter, and then fighting George in a world title, obviously a vacant title, right? No one was shitting on Shakur for fighting the guy he fought for the vacant title. Tank Davis was elevated, didn't fight anyone to get his title, right? The other Ukrainian guy fought fucking Navarrete. Why does Lomachenko get criticized? Right? People are fucking mental. John boxing with the spot on fight comparison. Nakatani was past it by then. Oh my God. Loma was coming off of a loss. He fought two contenders, one ex-champion, one top contender. I mean, let's be honest. Nobody even uses Comey and Nakatani as great wins on Lomachenko's resume, but they ain't bums. Every single fighter that fucking David likes, I guarantee I could find fucking 10 fighters on the resume that are worse than Comey and Nakatani. Easily. But you're going to put out these stupid fucking kind of responses. It's like, come on, man. That's the only leg that Nakatani had to stand on, though. Okay. You ready for Wilder in 2 weeks, Sean? No. No one cares. Sure, why not? Appreciate it, Dixon. I just don't like Lomachenko. Well, that's the reality. Everyone can fucking tell that. That's obvious. He cost me so much money with his dumb antics in the Comey fight. But he still won the fight. Betting is dumb. Glad you lost money. Too many email champions nowadays. That's why I wish they would just get rid of all the titles and just have one belt. People are like, you can't do that. People are going to be waiting. No, people are going to be fighting each other. And only the best guys fucking elevate to get world title fights twice a year, right? The champion fights two top contenders twice a year. If he wants another fight, he's going to fight fucking a non-title fight against some bum-ass guy to stay busy. That's fine. No one's going to pay for it. It can't be on pay-per-view because nobody wants to fucking pay for that shit, right? We might as well get boxing back where fucking dudes are active and fighting for something, not becoming champions where there's 4 champions. How are you a champion when he's a champion, he's a champion, he's a champion? Every fighter has fought Popeye cashiers at some point. Of course they have. I'm with that rule, Sean. But that's the way boxing should be. People are like, oh, people want to see guys fight for titles. So you tell me this. We just looked at the 140-pound division, right? So you say right now Tio is the champion because according to Ring Magazine and stuff, he is the Ring Magazine champion or whatever the case is. So they got him number 1, which means Matias is fighting Puelo next. So Puelo is currently ranked 11. He should probably be higher. Matias is ranked 2. He probably should be lower. This is BoxRec, so don't let this influence anything. But them fighting, that winner would then instantaneously become Lopez's mandatory, right? Hiroka, Richardson, they're right there, right? So Hiroka and Hitchins fight. Then that winner becomes the next fucking mandatory for Lopez. So now Lopez got to fight the winner of fucking Matias and Puelo. Great fight. And then Hiroko Richardson. Great fight. Literally, we'd be getting fucking great fights. We don't need 4 bullshit champions ducking each other so that fucking promoters can push bullshit and act like they're promoting great world title fights when everybody that actually knows anything about the sports knows that's not the case. That's not the case. They're title holders, not fucking champions. Betting isn't dumb if you think you can win. Problem is, you never consistently win. The house always wins. David with the spot on constructive criticism of the Matrix. Oh, see, David, when this guy agrees with you, you know your take is fucking terrible. At least fight for the vacant title, no free belts. Well, that's it. You should be fighting somebody for a vacant title. Like Tank was elevated, didn't fight anyone. Sean, I think Tio versus Hitchins next would be good. It would be good. I'll be down. That's a fucking legitimate fight. And 2 guys that claim to be New Yorkers. Waldo's a troll. I know he is on an alternative account. Man, all these dudes are trolls. And actually, silly ass, I should block you. Because when you go to John's Boxing and say such disrespectful fucking shit about me and then come on my channel, I should just block your ass. Because you don't need to be fucking a guy creating fucking bullshit back and forth. Same as you fucking St. Don's. Even though, who knows if this is just Machado with a fucking clone. I hate you fucking dudes cloning shit. Lomo's pound for pound great, a first battle Hall of Famer. That's definitely not fucking the Saint on John's channel. Because he definitely wouldn't be fucking saying that about Lomachenko. So it's probably Machado with a clone channel. All you dudes with your clones, man. Like, what was the message? Here. I took a picture. Can I find it or did I delete it? I think it's still around. Fucking people, man. Like, you dudes fucking are just full of drama. It's ridiculous. Wow. Oh, I still didn't make. Did I make that video about Hall of Famers? I think I did. I can't remember. This is the best thing ever. Fucking Kamal Harris's next fucking logo. Look at that shit. If that's not the gayest fucking shit ever, man, this can't even be real. It's got to be fucking cap. Because if fucking Kamala Harris is trying to use that to get elected for the presidency, Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck is that shit? That is cringe as fuck. Cringe like fuck. Man, I don't know. Some dudes on here, fucking on John's channel saying, oh, here we go. There we go. Who's this? Is this the same fucking guy? Fucking dog poo-poo. When are you going to clone Newton's avatar? Probably will cause he cloned my mom's. Now she does home stuff. Right? These dudes. Fucking cloning. I don't know about you guys, man. St. John, you from John Boxing's page. Grown men on YouTube with multiple accounts is weird as fuck. Crazy, man. I don't get that shit. Also, they can go say fucking crazy shit on other people's channel to try to make someone look bad. People did that with me before and put out all kinds of transgendered fucking comments, cringe fucking statements, and then I'd go to a channel and people are like, oh, I'm like, what? You said this and that. Yeah, okay, sure I did. If somebody says something crazy, which is not the normal thing that they say, you know it's a clone account. Some has my name over on John Boxing, though. Laugh out loud. Clone, a weird word to use. Fucking Star Wars, man. The Clone Wars. They're bringing fucking to YouTube. Crazy. Crazy. But at the end of the day, today's not bad. I have to say that all the fights were very good, fun to watch. At the end of the day, a fight card that I looked at and said, ooh, it could potentially be fucking real boring, turned out to be fucking totally solid. Solid fight card across the board. Hats off.
This is a public announcement.
Public announcement. Oh my God. The cap. Look at this. People are weird as fuck. When you say something you don't mean. Cuban women defend degree. Puerto Ricans coming out to protest. Latin community. She says, like, John cannot fucking stop but pushing some sort of racial bullshit on his channel. Like, look at this stuff. Like, this is what kills me. Africans taught white people how to bathe. Actually, I'm pretty sure it was Japanese, but regardless. Or this, a white man kills a black girl. Yeah, because blacks never kill whites. I mean, that would be impossible. Oh, trolling Caitlin Clark once again. Oh, white people, they come from gorillas. That don't make me angry. You can say I come from fucking a gorilla. Unlike you, I'm not going to fucking cry about it. Oh, white people, we can't take the sun. Once again. See, these kind of things only expose your sensitivity. How if I said the same thing to you, you fucking jump on a soapbox, cry racism, and fucking moan like crazy. And then you pushing her like fucking Angel Reese is fucking great. Angel Reese is garbage. Garbage. Fucking the girl you're mocking just put up 32 points today and beat the fucking WNBA champions, right? With 9 assists and 8 rebounds on, what was it? 6 for 12 from 3-point range. So 50% 3-point shooting. Fucking this bitch can't even make a fucking layup. Literally. She's shooting 30% from the field. 30%. 6'4" low post player. Fucking not even fucking shooting 60% or 50% down low. Shooting fucking less than 30%. I could fucking shoot higher percentage in the WNBA right now than she's doing. Why don't you start with the prelim fight, Sean? Are you not impressed with that? I watch the prelim fights just for myself. I don't want to stay online fucking for 27 hours. What am I? Age money? Reese ain't Clark's level. She fucking ain't even close to Clark. That shit's ridiculous. Ridiculous. But you're talking about me every single live. Yeah, John, because I know you're fucking sneaking, watching, because you're going to make a response video all the time. Like, I talk about you because I know you're listening, right? But yet you fucking go on your channel and act like I'm stalking you. Who's the dude hiding in my video and only now fucking coming out exposing me, exposing yourself? I mention you because the video's over and I know what you're going to do. And you're going to fucking make responses. It's just fucking comical because everyone knows fucking how you're going to respond. So, John, black people taught white people how to bathe. Oh my God, the sun burns white people. But We're racist and you're fucking not. Yet everything you push is fucking racial and always hate and negativity. Waldo, Sabrina is good. Sabrina fucking killed it today. She had 34 points, right? But people make that whole Reese fucking Clark thing into some sort of race thing. It's no race thing. There's been tons of great white players in the WNBA for years. The girl they call a GOAT is fucking white. Sabrina and Plum, both white, two of the best players in the WNBA. They were two of the best players before Caitlin Clark was even fucking in the league. So Caitlin Clark getting attention has nothing to do with her being white. It's because she's fucking great, right? And great players get attention. That's just the way it is, regardless of your ethnicity, regardless of your race. Waldo, John not going to let you comment on his channel no more for saying that. That's true. I make a response video whenever you mention my name. I don't care about your boxing opinions. John, because my boxing opinions are based on fucking boxing and not a race. Whereas every boxing opinion you make always is about race. You could talk about this fight today and you're going to make it racial. You could literally fucking talk about any fucking fight, but you're always going to make it racial, which is why you never talk about the cards beforehand, why you only talk about the fights where you can twist it into a racial narrative. Your fucking channel is all about fucking race and hate and negativity. I talk about boxing consistently. I fucking razz you because I know you're fucking listening so you can find something to make a response video about. I think it's funny, comical, right? Unlike you, I ain't fucking overly sensitive. You, way too sensitive. Caitlin is a good player. Why must you hate on Angel Reese? Not hating on Angel Reese, but people acting like Angel Reese is on the same level as Caitlin Clark. Angel Reese can rebound her misses. But outside of that, that girl's team fucking is losing left, right, and center. They're garbage. Probably the worst team in the WNBA right now. She fucking can't make a layup. Literally can't make a layup. But people are going to hate on Clark, like John, trying to mock her and ridicule her. But then when people mock and ridicule Angel Reese, then he puts out a meme saying, fucking, they're being racist towards her. But you're being racist towards Caitlin Clark. What's the difference? So it's okay for you to do it, but it's not okay for other people to do it. Once again, black fucking, what is it? The blatant double standard. I just peeped out John's channel. He has 5Ks, idiot subscribers. But if you watch his channel, it's the same 6 people that comment on every video. Again, you talk about me. If my channel is all that, then stop listening. But you're here listening to me, John. If you hate my content and don't care about my boxing take, why are you consistently in the background listening to everything I say, waiting fucking for people to respond? Literally, John. Like me, I don't hate you. And you come on my lives and you're very polite and well-spoken. Not well-spoken, but, well-mannered. And then you go to your channel and you fucking spew hateful fucking shit, racial shit, right? But you think somehow you're fucking on the side of rightism, stepping on your fucking soapbox, making everything into fucking this negative black-white debate. It's okay. We know you ain't going to change. A lot of whites hate on Reese. That's why I said that. People don't hate on Reese. See, you say that, but then there's a lot of blacks. Look at John. I just showed you his channel. Hating on fucking Clark, all because she's white. People are hating on fucking Reese because of the bullshit trying to attach her name to Caitlin Clark, act as if somehow she is just as popular and as successful. That ain't true. Never been true. It will never be true. 5 years from now, I guarantee you, Reese ain't going to be in the WNBA anymore. She's going to be on OnlyFans. Wait for it. Because she's going to make more money on OnlyFans than she does in the WNBA. That girl's more focused on fucking her look than she is on her game. Exactly. Why are you here, John? He called Reese a bitch. Look at you. Oh my God. He called Reese a bitch. Does that make you feel some way, John? When you fucking do the same thing? Oh, you didn't say bitch. Sorry, you just mock and ridicule Caitlin Clark. But that's okay. It's like Clarissa Shields. I mean, I wonder if you're going to attack Clarissa Shields for literally shitting on Angel Reese, talking about how did Angel Reese won fucking the BET Best Female Athlete of the Year award. She should never have won it. That's fucking a fact. There's no chance she should win. But isn't it fucking ironic that Clarissa Shields is once again hating on another woman athlete? Because that's all she does. The bitch is super fucking angry about any other woman that gets any attention. Probably the woman that deserved to win that award was the tennis player, the girl, or maybe who else? I don't know. Which black female athlete is doing well right now? Oh, fuck, man. The MVP from the WNBA. What's her face? Asia Wilson. How does Asia Wilson not win that award? She just won the MVP of the WNBA. But she didn't deserve that award. Didn't Angel Reese beat CC in the championship in college? What does that mean, John? It's a team sport. She went to one of the biggest fucking programs in America, South Carolina, which has all Americans, almost 12 All-Americans on the fucking team. So no, Angel Reese didn't beat CCC. South Carolina beat Iowa, where there was one All-American player on the team, Caitlin Clark, and they went to the fucking finals. And then the next year, she beat Angel Reese, who went on the fucking podium and cried about being hated on and being objectified. She wouldn't give Caitlin Clark credit or the team. She made it all about her because that's what she does. It's all about her. How come you don't point out that Caitlin Clark's team kicked their ass in the revenge game and then they lost to Dawn Staley's team? Sorry, she's on LSU. They beat South Carolina in the semifinals, lost to LSU in the finals, and then beat LSU in the semifinals, then lost to South Carolina in the finals, and beat UConn as well with fucking Paige Beckers. So what Iowa did with Caitlin Clark was fucking great, phenomenal. Was her team as deep and as built up with great All-American high school players? No. So inevitably, you end up losing because you just don't have as good a team. But basketball is a team sport. No way would you call her a bitch if you're not based on hate. Oh my God. Yeah, okay. Women hate on other women all the time. Men just do sports for a far higher level than women. LSU. Donaire. Donaire is not beating Junto Nakatani at all, man. Who said Donaire is beating Junto Nakatani? That's a crazy take. He wishes he'd get that money fight. None of you motherfuckers actually care about the WNBA. You're all narrative and race-based. I've fucking been watching the WNBA before Jake Cool 05 was even born. Watching Cheryl Swoops and the girls back in the day. I didn't continue to watch because it was poorly marketed and athletes and teams were never really built the way they should have been built. Candace Parker, loved her. Fucking throwing down dunks in game, great player. There was that cool fucking girl from New Orleans. I can't remember her name back in the day who was a huge scorer. All those players came and went and didn't make a fucking bit of noise in the WNBA and make the WNBA actually something bigger. Who did? Caitlin Clark. And people hate it. They hate it, right? Because she's a white girl. Yeah, Donaire fought today. But I think no contest. Oh, really? He won, but they stopped the fight due to a clash of heads and went to the cards. On behalf of John Boxing and Saint for deporting me, I went 9 rounds, but Donaire looked busted up. So he didn't get the decision, but it went to the cards. Accidental clash of the heads in the 9th round caused a deep cut over Donaire's right eyebrow, who said it was unable to see, and ref ordered to go to the scorecards. And what happened in the scorecards? He won the decision or he lost? Donaire is Donaire won. Yeah, Donaire is well past it now, man. Come on. Like, he was calling out Roman Gonzalez. He's trying to get a trilogy fight with Inui. That dude's trying to get money while he knows maybe his name still has a little bit of credit to it. But at this point, his name doesn't have much credit to it. Thank you, Machado, very much for the generous offer. I appreciate it. How old is Donaire now? He must be 40, right? At least 40. Sorry if I offended you, John, by calling her a bitch. That was just my natural result of being a sexist, not a racist, just a sexist. See, you can be a sexist and not be a racist. Imagine that. Don't let your wife hear, or otherwise I'll have to apologize to her. Not trying to offend, but for you, I don't fucking care if I offend you. I hope I offend you. That's primarily what my channel is here for, because I know you're always listening and you're always going to respond. I thought you hated female sports, Sean. Since when do you like that one dude from New York with the long nose? I think boxing IQ, his name is. Huh? Damon, I said that I don't really like women's boxing, but I appreciate anyone that performs great, right? The Taylor fucking Serrano fights, great matchups. Back in the day, I was a big fan of Lucia Riker. Lucia Riker fucking was great, had a great left hook, right? Of course, I supported Ali's daughter because she was Ali's daughter. But generally, I'm more focused on men's boxing than I am women's boxing. And since I was always a basketball fan, when the WNBA came along, I supported USC back in the day when Reggie Miller's sister was the best basketball player in the world, but there was no WNBA. Her with who? Pam and their sister. What's the sister's name? Pam and something. Two twin players that played. McGee. We know McGee because Pam's son, McGee, he played in the NBA. Does he still play in the NBA? So I've been watching women's sports for a long time. Generally, being a sexist male, I usually watch the women that are attractive, not necessarily the women that are good. I wasn't a Martina Navratilova fan because she was not really attractive and she was a lesbian and not really somebody I wanted to pay attention to. Whereas Kornikova, Sabatini, attractive women in sports, I'd pay attention to because when it comes down to it, I'm a man and I like attractive women. So if you're playing a sports and I get to watch you play sports, I'm attracted to that. Like if you talk about the WNBA, I mean, what's her face should be the one getting all the attention, right? The sexy girl from UConn. Oh yes, Livy Dunn. Oh my God, she's so hot. I don't watch gymnastics, but I'll watch gymnastics if she's fucking involved. And what's her face? How come I can't remember her name? I just mentioned her. Plays for Dallas, right? And her girlfriend, her teammate from UConn, also sexy. Fudd, terrible last name, but sexy as hell. That's a lesbian video I would love to watch. I'm black. Caitlin Clark brought a spark to female basketball. It was boring. Yeah, that's it. It was boring. No one cared. No one paid attention. Caitlin Clark killed it in college basketball, and that translated right to the W. Now the W is in great position to actually get paid more money. Thank you, Caitlin Clark. All the ladies are going to benefit because of Caitlin Clark, just like Jordan in the NBA, just like Tiger Woods in fucking golf. Everyone's pay jumped up exponentially because you had that one athlete that was groundbreaking, right? Your opinion on sports does not offend me. When you mention me and my people, then it's a problem. Your people. Who are your people? When do I mention your people? You're the one that mentions my people in a racist connotation. I'd never mention your people in a racist connotation. I use specific individuals because specific individuals in every race are dickheads, criminals, and fucking terrible people. But that's true for every single race. You can't see that though, because somehow you feel your people are untouchable and superior. You said that, John. Black people are superior. You're the racist, John. You've never heard me say white people are superior. You'll hear me say it's okay to be white, and it is okay to be white. I do not need to feel bad because I'm white. Why would I? Caitlyn is an attractive woman, ain't she? No, she ain't. She ain't attractive. The two blonde girls on her team are attractive, especially the newer girl, Cunningham. Cunningham is sexy. No tits, but sexy. But Caitlin Clark is not getting attention because she's attractive, right? She's getting attractive because she's balling out. She's a great passer. She's a fucking gunner. The same reason I like watching Stephen Curry is the same reason I like watching Caitlin Clark. Curry, when he played for that small North Carolina team, fucking blew up the NCAA tournament. And going from a kid whose father I watched in the NBA to being a guy who really you're paying attention to going to the NBA where they picked a bunch of guards over him, and then he ends up turning out to be one of the most proficient, prolific NBA guards in history. All because his fucking range is fucking unbelievable. The dude's a bomber. There's nothing like watching Curry go out there and hit like 7 threes in a row, right? And just fucking, know he's in the zone. And you're watching it every time he touches the ball, it's going up, it's going in. And then you have Clay. So you had two great shooters working off of each other. Man, it was a thing of beauty. I love Golden State. They were a great team to watch. Fun. But that's Caitlin Clark. She's fucking entertaining when they're up and down, scoring tons of points. So they beat New York, right, which is the team that won the championship last year. What's not to like, right? I saw, who was it? My man, fucking in the comment section, Damon. He's critical. Oh, no, maybe it wasn't Damon. It was the other dude that always fucking clout chasing my channel. But because I made a video praising fucking that Latino female boxer, he's like, oh, why are you always hating on Clarissa Shields? Once again, I can't like who I like, right? I need to like who you like. Clarissa Shields is a boring fucking boxer. She's not exciting. And she's fucking very fucking terrible to listen to. She's just not a nice woman. There's nothing good about her. She fucking hates every other female athlete. She is really the worst example of a pro athlete because there's nothing redeeming about her. If you like her, that's okay. But I don't have to like her. She's cringe. Her fucking family is cringe. Her brother fucking hitting an 80-year-old, punching him in the back of the head, trying to fucking kill him. Like, cringe. The girl that I was fucking praising because I heard Ring IQ talk about her, I watched the fight, and I thought, fuck, man, she's exciting. She fucking like Mike Tyson. That's how she fights, like Tyson. Hands up, bobbing and weaving, big fucking hooks coming in. Like, if you don't mind watching women's boxing, all I said is you would like watching her because stylistically, she's a fun fighter to watch. Does it mean I'm going to be a big fan? Probably not, because I don't watch much female boxing. We got that huge card coming on from Jake Paul, all women's boxing card. I probably ain't going to watch that card. Just had one in Minnesota. Just had one, what in Minnesota? Nobody said it's not okay to be white, but when you need to be held accountable, you should be. You called out the black kid who stabbed that white kid, but you don't even mention the mass shooters. See, once again, John, you expose yourself. That became a huge fucking public conversation because literally Black America was trying to justify this guy killing the kid because he was black and that kid is white. If the shoe was on the other foot, you would have been all over social media fucking making that white kid out to be a terrible kid, the devil, right? And pushed a big racial fucking narrative. I was just showing you the fucking contradiction within the black community. The fact that whenever a black guy does something, he's always looked at as oh, look, he's dressed up. He graduating high school with a fucking 51% fucking average, right? The kid got pictures of him in fucking gang fucking poses, fucking with a gun on his belt, doing all kinds of crazy shit. But they're always going to make these kids out to be like fucking their angels. But we saw what they did, and that says everything. And it don't matter that they're black because fucking yes, all kinds of people do shit. But what made that topic big was the way Black America tried to protect that kid, right? But if the white kid would have did that to him, man, the whole racial fucking, there would have been huge protests. That happens to the white kid, there's no fucking protests. No protests. You don't see the white community pushing fucking protests and doing the same thing. If it was a black kid in a different circumstance, it would have been a huge protest all over. Black communities, riots happening because a white kid killed a black kid. Like, look at you talking about that black girl that got killed by the white guy. You know, you trying to fucking create a racial fucking narrative. I could care less because in truth, I live in Taiwan. Violence in America, America has more killings than every single country in the world. So, surprise, surprise. On my channel, I talked about an old 78-year-old that barreled through a fucking intersection and killed 3 schoolgirls on their way to school, because that's the issues we deal with in Taiwan, driving. Yeah, Curry Davidson led the NCAA in scoring multiple years. I knew he'd be good in the pros, but not this good. Just had one in Minnesota. I don't know what we had in Minnesota. What do we have in Minnesota? Clarissa Shields, ALD. She's racist, Sean. Man, she's totally racist. But John can't admit that blacks are racist. John will say blacks can't be racist, right? Like, this is the ridiculousness from these kind of fucking people that want to point fingers at everyone else being racist, right? Oh, Israel, the Jews are racist, but the Middle East is not racist towards fucking Israel, right? You know, consistently. And I'm not a person who's been a big proponent of Israel. I always felt that being the stronger, bigger country, they should have found a way to work shit out with Palestine. And I've said that for decades. I'm not jumping on the bandwagon now like everyone else is. Literally, I said this over 20 years ago in fucking Canada at a party, and fucking people ousted me. Whereas if I said it at a party now, fucking people would totally get my back. I feel the same way with America. When you're the strongest country in the world, my expectations of you are greater, because I think you should do more to make the world a better place for everybody. That's my disappointment with Canada, right? Being Canadian, I think Canada should be doing far better than they're doing now. The fact that I choose to live in Asia as opposed to live in my own country, a country I love, but a country politically I can't respect, tells you everything. You know, I would love to live in Canada, but I feel like it makes more sense for me to live in Asia. John hates America. You know, I can't imagine fucking people hating the country they're from when you think about all the other countries in the world that have terrible problems. And you would never have had the lifestyle you have now in the States if you came from those other countries, right? Having a house, cars, you know, good job, kids, comfortable lifestyle, you know, your future looks bright, but yet you still can't fucking get rid of the racism that's just in your heart towards white people. And so fixated that every single white person hates you. Meanwhile, you married a fucking non-black woman. So apparently that ain't true. But, you know, and I'm racist, but I live in a country where I'm a minority. And literally, if I walk out in the street, everyone I'm going to see is Chinese. Day in and day out. But that's okay. I choose to live in a country that I'm a minority. It's fine. I don't care. It's not a big issue. But let's think about some of the fights that are coming up next week since we're here. Let's get off of all this deep, depressing fucking conversation. I know John is just thinking of how he can make some video this week, pushing some racial narrative. But there's real boxing to talk about. So let's talk about real boxing. Share my screen. Here we go. I know this is a fight card JB should be excited about. His man, Brian Norman Jr., is defending his WBO title against Jin Sasaki. I mean, you know, great fight, weekday fight. Obviously in Japan, it is what it is. Floyd used Mexican holidays to sell his fights. Don't say that. John's going to lose it. John's going to lose his mind if you say that Floyd used Mexicans to make money, even though he fought specifically on the 2 Mexican holidays against Latino fighters consistently. The PBC, that's all about pro Black American fighters, but all their cards are fucking all Latino fighters. Just like Top Rank, just like Golden Boy, just like Matchroom. I wonder why every promoter stacks their cards full of Latino fighters. I don't know why, but they're doing it. But John doesn't want to point out that. But obviously, this is a good fight. The undercard, I don't know who these guys are. A bunch of Japanese fighters that I'm unfamiliar with. We do have this IBF World Lightweight Flyer title, which is for the vacant title. Light Fly. I don't know who this guy is. Filipino, Christian Araneta, 25 and 2 stopped ones, 20 KOs. Right? Who's he fought? Let me see. Okay. Toto Leonardo. Yes, I know him. South African fighter he lost to. Nashtinga. Lost in a 12-round decision. Daniel Valdez stopped him. So 2 ex-world champions. Now he's going to fight this Thai kid, 38 and 1. Thongsak Simsri, 38 and 1, 34 knockouts, stopped once. I guarantee when I scroll down, we're going to find a lot of bum-ass opponents and no one we know. Yes, 3-0, 4-5, 0-3, 4-7. Thai fighters fight the worst opponents ever. And then you go here, and the one fighter he fought, Yabuki, who's currently a world champion, stopped him in 7 rounds. So, it is what it is. I expect the Filipino guy to win this fight against the Thai fighter to become the IBF World Light Flyweight title. And then Brian Norman. As I said in my prediction, I think Brian Norman is too fast for Jin Sasaki. Jin Sasaki's defense is terrible. He's a hard puncher, but his defense is terrible. I think Brian Norman is going to show up and show out against the tough Japanese fighter. 19 1-1, 17 KOs, 23 years old, still super young. 1 knockout loss. His knockout loss coming to Andy Hiroka, currently top-ranked 140-pound fighter. Stopped him in the 11th round. Since then, he's fought a lot of mediocre opponents. Nobody really impressive except maybe Joe None, who he stopped, and now Norman. For Norman, I mean, obviously, he hasn't done that much. He's only 24 years old. He was really fighting bum-ass opponents until he beat Santillan to become the champion. Had a great performance against Derek Cuevas. Looked really good in that fight, which is why I think he's going to show up and show out against Jin Sasaki. But it'll be curious to see what he does after that. Who's he going to fight afterwards? Is he going to be able to get any of those unification fights? Obviously, Boots just moved up to 154 pounds, so that fight's off the table. But, it is what it is. Happy 79th birthday, Trump. Happy birthday, Donald. Puerto Rican fans are true boxing fans, but the number one boxing fans are Mexicans, said Floyd. We all know there's no fans like Mexican fans. You take on black people being racist is stupid. It's like you saying, I can be a murderer. I can be, but I'm not. I never killed anyone. Black people can be racist, but you're not. We don't have a being racist. I don't even know what you're talking about, John. Is that a response to me, or is that a response to Matten's quote of Floyd Mayweather? I say fucking everybody can be racist. Everyone can be racist. See, because I've been to Africa, I've been to Asia, I've been to India, I've been to the States, I lived in Canada, I live in Asia. Everybody can be racist. The only people that say they can't are Black Americans, who are some of the most racist people fucking in America. Obviously, you got tons of racist Asians, for sure, and tons of racist white people, for sure. But you got tons of racist blacks, for sure. But see, the fact that you can't admit that is the problem, because you hold everyone accountable except your own people. Why does John always talk about race? Dude's fixated, man. That's why he loves the LDBC, right? A whole platform dedicated to racism. not boxing, because now they're hating on showbiz because showbiz is being more successful than them, and they just can't stand a brother being successful, right? Black on black hate, that's the real killer in this YouTube boxing community. Just ask Spence and fucking Bud Crawford. Just ask Haney and Tank Davis. He's a race baiter. Yes, he is, but not a very good one because his channel is not making that much money. But let me know who do you guys think is going to win between Jin Sasaki and Brian Norman Jr.? I think it's easy work, but then the problem is who's going to be next, right? Like we look at the rankings. What's Brian Norman going to be able to do at 147 pounds? Obviously, we know that WBO title. You got Pacquiao versus Barrios in a fight that never should happen. And then it looks like Rolly Romero is chasing the winner of that. Don't be surprised if Devin Haney tries to chase the winner of that. Everyone's going to try to chase that winner because obviously it's free money. Boots is now gone. Haney is at the division, but don't have a title. Jin Sasaki, Brian Norman. Polanco's good, but I think Polanco's young. I would have preferred to see Sasaki-Polanco fight, and then the winner of that take on Norman. Crocker, domestic UK fighter. Catterall, that would be a good matchup maybe. Mbenge, South African. He's good, but he's never shown that he's great. You got a lot of fighters here that are good, but none of them are great. Karen, Gisioff, Santillan, Barros, Romero, Rocha, Eubank, Ramirez, Garcia, Curiel, right? Yelenosiov, Dante Johnson, Avius Griffin, Stanionis, Nicholas Flav. A lot of good fighters, but the only great fighter was this man, Boots Ennis. And Boots left the division, moved up to 154, and now the question is, who's he going to fight at that weight class, right? What's he going to do there? Showbiz married to a Latino woman too. Norman should win. Norman wins. I'm black. The first thing I think about every day, Sean, is how can I be better myself? Guys like John wake up and every day the first thing they think about is the white man. Shake my fucking head. Well, and that's the problem. Hollow Ninja, you tell me if this is true or not. And obviously, we can't be subjective and paint with a broad brush because Black America is very diverse. It's not one group mind. It's not fucking hive mind, just like white people. You got all kinds of different people, West Coast, East Coast, Southern, Democrats, Republicans, educated, non-educated, fucking middle class, upper class. You put all these things together and you get a real fucking difference of people and mentality. Within the black community, it's the same fucking way. But the black community, as an outsider looking in, has never really accepted Black Americans who've become educated, have been successful, right? That aren't being urban or hood. If you're not doing that, then you get criticized as selling out, trying to be a white man, marrying a non-black woman, right? These kind of things that you get fucking hyper criticized for from within the black community, right? That's my outside perspective. Educate me, because obviously I'm not black, and myself, I've never went through it, but obviously being friends with a large black community, I've seen this firsthand back in the day consistently. But, right, people would rather always make somebody else out to be the devil. That's me, of course, It's me. Sorry, everything that bad happened. It's my fault. Black racism. Where is that in history books? Point the time, day, and event of black racism. When did black people ever make black people afraid to be non-black? Just a question. See, John likes to ignore history and act like Africans were the ones that were, holier than thou and never did anything bad, right? And that, there's not black racism. John, you live in America. You make white people out to be villains day in and day out. Black people make white people out that they fucking have white guilt. White guilt. What's white guilt? Why should I feel guilty about something that I didn't take part in? I don't feel any guilt. None. Zero. Zilch. Do you have black guilt, John? Of course you don't. Why should you? And why should I have white guilt? Why do I need to fucking bend a knee to kiss fucking people's ass over something that has nothing to do with me? I agree that everyone deserves to fucking have a good life. Everybody should be treated fairly. Everybody should be treated the same. I don't need to fucking highlight LGBT community. I don't need to highlight fucking the black community. Everyone's American. Everyone should be given the same fucking benefits and the same privileges and the same rights as everyone else. Everybody. No one should get more just because they're different. Because you're an immigrant doesn't mean the government should pay for your house, your medical, your fucking rent, fucking, and all this other stuff when you're not even American or Canadian. Why are you being treated better than fucking naturalized fucking Americans, naturalized Canadians? Gallo Estrada is about to fight right now. Where? I saw he was fighting. Gallo, obviously John, you know, the only fighter that Roman Gonzalez ever fought was fucking Gallo, and he fought him when he was a bum. Yes, that's it. No fucking non-black fighter has ever been any good. It's amazing. Only black fighters, black athletes, you know, blacks dominate. But John, 7% of the global population is white. 7%. Yet you can look at white athletes across the world that dominate in sports. Yet we're the smallest fucking minority in the world. We're the minority. And we're being fucking wiped out off the fucking face of the earth. Our countries are being fucking flooded with fucking immigrants, right? Flooded with immigrants. But that's okay. Because white people, man, they're the worst. White people are the worst. Fuck those white people. Right, John? Gallo fighting Kareem Luga, 21-2-2, 8 knockouts. Should be easy work, man. This kid looks like he's about 10 years old, 27, but he looks super young. He beat Kevin Valenzuela. That's a good win. He lost to David Cuellar Contreras. I think I've seen him fight before, but overall, yes. This guy should be easy work for Gallo coming off of his loss to Bam Rodriguez, right? Every time I come on your live, Sean, all this John dude does is talk about race. He got to be part of the L. Well, he claims he isn't, but he's a lifelong fucking subscriber and lover. I love all groups of people. God did not put us here to fight and hate each other. That's what they want, guys, for us to be divided, spread more love. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The media creates this fucking racial divide in America, and then guys like John perpetuate it, even though he's marrying outside his race and actually part of the solution, right? But he'd rather fucking cap out and make these racial fucking things based on the media and how the media continues to stir the pot and create anxiety within the communities. Whereas I grew up fucking in the 60s, okay, not really the 60s, let's say 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s, 2020s. I mean, America is more racial now than fucking any time in history outside maybe the 70s. Early 70s, there was quite a bit of stuff going on there as well. But the 80s, the 90s, 2000s, 2010s, racism wasn't a big thing. People were all being successful, embraced, you know, living that American dream. But the media just can't fucking stand people being fucking united. Because when people unite, John, what they're going to do is they're going to take down the fucking 1% that dominate the world and control fucking everything. They don't want us to unite. They want us to fight. They want us to be separate. They want us to fucking hate each other so they can control us. Their best fucking tool is fear and hate, right? All these wars that happen, fucking natural disasters, global warming, all this shit is man-made created bullshit. Fucking for every decade they came out with a new global fucking issue that was going to ruin the world and destroy us. Every 10 years they come up with a new one because they want fear. For most of my life being Canadian, you're maybe too young. I mean, the threat of Russia attacking was the big thing to be concerned about, right? The Cold War. Nuclear war is going to happen any day. Build your bunker in your house, store away water and food, get ready, right? Now I live in Taiwan. Fucking Americans and Canadians constantly are asking me, oh, China's going to take over Taiwan. Yeah. They've been saying that for the 20 years I've been here. 20 years I've been here. And people still having the same fucking conversation. Division is their tool for domination, right? And who are the people in control again? Who, John? Who's in control, John? You're going to say white people. But yet those white people, whoever they may be, they don't care about any people. White people, black people, Asian people, Middle Eastern people, fucking Latino people. They don't give a fuck. Yes, elite pedos. They don't care about anything. That's why they've been doing this shit fucking for longer than any of us have been around. This fucking consistent system has been in place. And it's spread around the world, involved in Asia now. So now they're in bed with fucking everybody, right? The whole global banking system. I mean, you can say conspiracy, but I mean, that's fine. People use that word as a deflection. You'd much rather fight fucking racial fucking bullshit in America because all white people hate you, John. Oh, yes. Because you work with white people, you live next to white people fucking hating you every day. But who are they? John, it's not easy to fucking label the 1% of the population that controls everything because they're not fucking people that are on media showing their faces. They got fucking other people doing it. Joe Biden, Obama, Trudeau, all these dudes, right? They got all these politicians and all these guys under their thumbs pushing their fucking business. They're not going to come out and fucking showcase themselves as being the people that control the world. That's why when you look at who's the richest person in the world, the dude that runs Amazon, do you really think he's the richest person in the world? The Saudis have so much more money than him. It ain't even fucking comparable. And then you have these families that have pushed this system in place for so long. They've been collecting money and land and resources for fucking hundreds of years. Right now, with all these immigrants flooding to all these white majority countries, they're behind that too. Who knows why? Because they're fucking most likely all white, but yet they don't mind the countries going through these issues. Because it's like Bush's senior said back in the day, you're too young to remember this, when rap music fucking made points about fucking all this stuff and people had something to say, right? Now it's only now where people fucking point out shit. No. Now people got nothing to say. But when Bush Sr. was coming out about New World Order, they've been trying to fucking put the pieces in place for a New World Order since he was in power in the early 90s. The whole fucking COVID thing was just another piece of this whole fucking thing. Fear, control, right? They don't care that fucking millions of people died because of a disease they made and then they spread. They don't care. Because it's all part of the fucking plan. Who are they? Corrupt white people, not all white men. And I don't even know if nowadays they're all white. Because if you're going to have global dominance, I'm sure there's other people that are part of that as well. No diddy. You can separate a few from the majority, John. It's not that hard. I know. Like you could literally find out the names and people involved. You know what I found interesting? And this is one thing that's crazy. I bring up your spouse, John, because within your community, people are going to point to you and be critical of you because you are not doing what you should do. And knowing that, you should be a little more open-minded because even within your community, you're a sellout. You're not marrying a sister, right? Not me. I don't care. Every girl I dated almost has been fucking either black or Asian. So, I consistently have dated outside my ethnicity, except for a few ones here and there. So I think it's good that people marry and date outside their ethnicity. If you want to break down racism, fucking muddy the waters, and then there is no racism, even though you're still going to have colorism and you're still going to have otherisms, because people at the end of it are always fucking too fucking weak and always need to fucking feel better than everybody else. Whether you drive a better car, have a bigger home, your kids got better grades, it don't matter. It's always going to be something. You like bring up my spouse a lot. Well, we've been together since my sophomore year in high school. She stood up to her racist family for me. Good. And no one says that you shouldn't date who you love. I'm not somebody who's going to say that. And I only pull that out because in your community, John, we just literally, and you fucking supported it. That's the irony, John. You literally supported a dude and said he should be on fucking sports more because he's pro-black, because he literally shit on another black man who made a statement about an athlete, because that's what he does. He's part of the, sports community. Part of his job is to comment on these kind of topics of conversation. And people, this one guy you supported shit on him because his wife is white. And because his wife is white, he can't relate to sisters. He can't really talk about the sisters because he can't relate to the sisters because he don't really know what the sisters are saying. Oh, so his grandma, his mom, his aunties, cousins, his daughters, I mean, they don't matter anymore, right? But you literally supported the guy that made that racial statement about another black man. This is your community. But now here, learn about my community. Being a sellout is much more than dating out. Yeah, of course. It's whatever people want to point out to be hateful. Because the same way you want to hate on all white people, within your community, you got the same fucking issues. Within my community, we got the same issues. Low class, high class, fucking, people are fucking easily separated. Easily. And you create that because you buy into it. Us Latino are welcoming to all. Hollow Ninja, with the positive news, there's another pandemic coming. Instead of us trying to unite and prepare for the next attack on civilization, we want to fight over race, gender, sexual orientation. Come on, guys, let's unite, man. Thank you, Hollow Ninja. Yeah, well, that's the thing. And people have been preaching this for decades. But unfortunately, people like John would rather buy into the media. And I'll tell you one thing my grandfather said, and I know you won't listen, but the truth is, don't believe anything you fucking hear. Don't believe anything you hear. Do your own research. Believe half of what you see. But here, look, now you're going to defend it. You didn't even understand what Ryan Clark was saying. See, no, I didn't understand. I don't understand him saying that because his wife ain't black, he can't fucking relate to sisters. So he shouldn't comment on a sister. That means you, John, shouldn't comment because you can't relate to a sister. You should only comment on Latino group women's and their fucking struggles because you really don't know nothing about the sisters. What don't I understand? RG3 got fired from ESPN for making anti-black remarks. ESPN, which you and the LDBC call racist, is the most woke fucking broadcasting system in the world. They are so much pro-black and anti-everybody else. Like, that's why they fucking perpetuate the whole Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark fucking thing, right? Like, you get fucking dudes on that, like fucking, what's his face? Who's the black center from Boston? Who makes racial remarks, everything. Everything is racial. But as long as it's not against blacks, it's okay. If he's hating on the Joker, talking about him only winning because he's white and not deserving it, that's fine. It's okay to shit on white people, but don't shit on a black person. So that's what you're saying. RG3 is a sellout. He promotes black hate. See, John, you're the problem. You're the problem, John, because you're more fucking close to RG3 in your community than you are fucking Ryan Clark, even though Ryan Clark got a white baby mama. So he's no different either. But he's going to come off as if somehow he's righteous. That dude's a douchebag too. Both those guys only got their position on fucking ESPN because they're black. not because they have anything fucking useful to say. Hollow Ninja cooking too. Ryan Clark seems like he's a racist as well. Exactly. But it's okay because he hates non-black people. So he can hate on Latinos and white people. In America, it's open ground for hating on white people. You can openly hate on white people. You can go on social media as a black individual, openly fucking hate on white people. But as a white person, if you did the same thing, you'd be canceled. Look at the girl that used the N-word to describe a kid that was like stealing from her. Where's that kid's fucking parents? Right? That's what no one brings up. Oh, the kid's special needs. Okay, so where's the fucking kid's parents? The white girl saying that, it seems harsh. Like you really need to say that, especially the kids fucking special needs. They're not even going to fucking really understand you anyway. So it seems like a stupid thing to say. But then you got that dumbass fucking guy who just wants to promote it on his social media page. He's the hero. He flew in on his cape. But the question is, why wasn't he chasing after the fucking special needs kids' parents? Asking, why are you letting this kid run fucking havoc in the playground, stealing people's stuff out of their bags? That's not the topic of conversation. It's the N-word. Because blacks can say whatever they want in America. But if you're not black, you fucking are going to get cooked and you're going to get canceled for sure. Now it doesn't even have to be racist. You could just be pro-Trump. That's racist enough. You being pro-Trump is racist enough that you're going to get canceled in America. Does Taiwan do any of the social credit score policies Taiwan does? No. Taiwan is not fucking China. Taiwan is definitely Taiwan. It's got its own issues as well, but it ain't fucking China. It's not doing any of that. But that's going to happen in America. Soon that system is going to be fucking around the world. Just wait and see. Once they take the money out of your hands and it's all based on plastic, all in the banks, they're going to control you. They're going to control me. They're going to control everyone. Man, Sean, this John guy is a crybaby. He always plays victim. He always there is no racist blacks when there is, and he's always crying about racism when he's no different than others complaining about it. Exactly. That's all I'm trying to point out. You're no better than the people you're pointing fingers at. And to act as if black people are innocent and fucking above fucking scrutiny, but everybody else should be fucking criticized. That's the issue. That's the problem. Double standard. Blatant double standard that creates a rift and separation in America. You don't need to treat people fucking special. Just treat people nicely, fair. Geez, Emmett Till had all the benefits of being black when he was alive. Look at him. See? Yes, I'm sorry. No white person ever been killed by a cop or killed by anybody. Nothing bad ever happened to anybody. Only black people. Only black people. It's only black people bad things happen to. Around the world, it's always the brothers and the sisters where bad things happen. Like, John, I told you, you need to fucking get out of America and travel. You got money. Take your family, throw them on a plane, fucking travel somewhere. Because right now, you're fucking brainwashed and ignorant. And that's a bad combination. You fucking praise Africa, go take a trip to Africa. South Africa is beautiful, but with your kids, probably stay away from South Africa. But you can go to many other great countries in Africa that are far safer as well. Zambia is very nice. It's better than obviously the country next to it, which obviously financially is fucked because they got rid of all the white farmers and gave all the land to the blacks. And now the country's in a fucking shithole. But then you got many other countries that are great, striving, safe. Go visit. Come to Asia. Travel. Lots of things to see. Asia's beautiful. Does Taiwan have any wild animals? They've all been eaten. Taiwan's small. All those animals have been eaten, right? See, John talks, but unfortunately, he doesn't come from a place of knowledge. Travel, John. That's it. You can travel to Africa. You can travel anywhere. I mean, have you been to Mexico? I mean, you're married to a Mexican, so you would think you want to introduce your kids to their heritage, right? Lots of things to see, lots of places to go. The world's a big, beautiful place. And there's good people and there's shithead people everywhere. Man, some of those dinosaurs were wicked. Dinosaurs? What dinosaurs? Like, when it all comes down to it, like, people are people, man. All we want to do is make sure that our kids and our families have a good life and good education and possibility for good jobs and a better future once we get old and die and they move forward. That's all, right? When it comes down to it, the heart of people is exactly the same. All him it did said was hi to a white girl and was brutally murdered by a white mob. That white mob never charged. The jury found the white mob not guilty. John, you're pushing histrionics to prove our point. You, my friend, are ignorant and fucking brainwashed. And you'd rather just push fucking hate and rhetoric consistently. I tell you to go travel to Africa. Go fucking learn about your culture. Go fucking learn about different parts of the world, right? But you'd rather fucking still talk about Emmett Till. What does Emmett Till have to do with you? Like, dude, man, you're so fixated. It's crazy. We all go through tough times, guys. Sending prayers to all my fellow brothers, sisters, and enemies. Wishing you all amazing days. Jesus Christ is Lord. I am religious, but I appreciate people that have something to ground them, something positive to look forward to. Now, my whole office is people from Swaziland, which is a country inside of South Africa. It's amazing that you have a very dangerous country on the outside and then a small country on the inside, which is much safer. But they're all fucking religious. They're all churchgoers. They're all very Christian, right? And I appreciate people that have that because, anything positive in your life is a good thing, whatever it may be. The problem is, John, your life, I can't imagine anything positive in your life because you're so fixated on negativity day in and day out. You can say what you want about me, but I'm a happy-go-lucky guy. Every day I play with kids, I have fun, I come home, I hang out with my dog, hang out with my friends on weekends, have a few beers, casual, fun, low-key. I come on YouTube and it's all fun and games. That's it, fun and games. I don't hate you. I don't hate anybody. Why would I? Even though you've done some despicable things, you could say I've said despicable things, but I've never done despicable things. You've done despicable things. Despicable. What's the gas price over there? Hell yeah. Taiwan? I don't know. I just drive my scooter. My motorcycle, it's parked in my garage. So I don't use it as much as I should. But my scooter, I just put 100 NT in it, which is about $3.30 to fill my scooter. And I do that once a week, every 10 days. So it's very cheap, but I don't have a car. So I can't really give you a good perspective. Sean, did you see Benavidez say he wants Jai Opataya? I don't believe him at all, but I think Jai Opataya will destroy Benavidez. If Benavidez is being serious, but what do you think that fight ever happens? Well, I think he's capping, right? Because I think they know the fights they're going to take is Zerto, right? PBC is now working with Golden Boy, and that's probably the most likely fight for them to do. Scooter holds about a gallon of gas. So there you go. So about $3 a gallon. I think it'd be more than a gallon. George Steiny, the young person to be executed for a crime he did not commit. The movie Green Mile was based on George Steiny. The benefits of being black was so amazing for little George. Look at John. Because unfortunately, only black people have suffered. There's never been white people or Latino or Asians or Aboriginal Americans who've been illegally imprisoned or killed by cops or had communities kill them or bad things happen to them. You don't remember the LA riots when the white trucker got dragged out of his truck and killed by the black mob? Like, I mean, dude, you're just showing exactly what I'm saying. You live in hate and negativity. That's your life. And it's unfortunate because you got kids. So you probably shouldn't be perpetuating all this negativity and hate towards their lifestyle, right? But we see you on your channel, and maybe this is just what comes out in your channel. Maybe off your channel you repress all this, and which is why it's so over the top on your channel, because you repress it all the other times. Luckily for me, I don't repress my life. My life is what it is. What you see here is what you get in reality. Nothing different. This is me, always me. There's no repression. There's no changing of tunes. If I'm a sexist sometimes, it is what it is. If you think I'm a racist, it is what it is. I mean, okay. Because I have opinions that differ from you, I think it has nothing to do with race, but you're so obsessed, there's not much I can say to change your opinion. And I don't need to change your opinion. We're just talking about positivity. Then John came out with race to bring in negativity. Yeah, consistently. What a pitiful life to live as a victim. And that's it. You bring negativity towards you, right? What you put out there comes back to you. Isn't that like a Bible verse? Threefold. Isn't that what they say? What you put out comes back to you threefold. In my workforce, in my work environment, I work with people from all around the world. Right now, majority black, right? Not black Americans, black Africans, South Africans, Swazi, Caribbean. And nobody would describe me as a racist. People would only say that I'm a good employee to work with, positive and helpful, right? What would your coworkers say about you, John? I'm trying to break out of the cycle of negativity so I can move on and live my best life. Well, that's it, right? You got to push negativity away. They say the best thing you can do is surround yourself with positive people, and then good things are going to happen in your life. You surround yourself with negativity and negative people sucking the energy out of you, and it becomes this negativity. And that's, I think, John buys into this YouTube thing, and he overly absorbs all this negativity. Whereas I don't. I laugh about it, and I think people expose themselves, right? When John just made a video calling me pink something, right? Like literally using the worst racial slur he could figure out to like describe me, I laugh because I think it's ridiculous. The fact that you saying something you think is going to hurt me or offend me. Sticks and stones will break my bones. Words will never hurt me. I am rubber, you are glue. Today, what angry black mob is running in non-black people's houses and murking them, or just being looked at, or having the laws behind them to support them? South Africa, shit happens all the time. Just had some immigrants move to your country and people are fucking up in arms because they're the wrong immigrants. They're white. Fucking white people. You reap what you sow. That's true. That's why I can say I traveled all around the world, and you know how many problems I had with people from different countries and different ethnicities? Zero, zilch, nada. Knock on wood. Been to Africa, been to India, traveled throughout Asia, did a little bit of Europe. Never fucking was robbed, never fucking had stuff stolen, never fucking had anybody put me in a position where I felt uncomfortable. Never had any real bad things happen to me. In Canada, hang out in certain communities, I was mugged in my own city. But that's what happens when you hang in certain areas and you're the wrong color, because people just think that it's the perfect opportunity to make you a victim, right? Been all around the world. Night, I can't find my baby. It's the same old song. Well, that's what's your face? Who's that girl? Short red hair. I work in hospital. Death come all, no matter what color makes you think. Well, that's it. Oh, didn't one of those white South Africans immigrants just kill his wife in America? I have no idea. I figure if they did, that would be all over fucking social media. I haven't seen it. People are people, John. White, black, Asian, fucking Indian, Middle Eastern, fucking people are people. That's all I'm trying to tell you. People are people. You trying to be a victim and then make other people the villain, like, okay. You can keep pushing that narrative, John. You've been doing it for fucking almost 10 years now. How much has that helped you? Has that made you a happier man? Has that made your life better? I mean, to be fair, at least guys like Dante and Ego and some of them, at least they're cashing checks, right? Pushing racial narratives, right? They know exactly what they're doing. They milk that shit as much as they can. But has it benefited you? I don't know. Like, I'm supposed to feel offended that immigrant killed his wife. Well, I guess it's better he killed his wife than he killed a fucking American. People are people, so why should it be? Look at you pulling out fucking all the things. Who is that? It's not REM, but something similar. Not REM. Who said that? People are people, so why should it be? Fuck. Gangnam Jump Tube. Who is it? It's not REM, but it's a UK band, right? Depeche Mode. Fuck yes. Okay. Shit. Yeah, I knew the album was the same era. That was like a black album with like an apple on the cover or something, some red thing. Am I right? Am I right? Yeah, music was good in the old days. I don't know about music so much now. Like, I want to listen to Beyonce sing country western music. Oh my God. Fucking cringe. Like, Jesus, what's the point? I didn't know it. Had to look up people are people. Ah, okay. Yeah. But people, we've been on for 4 hours. I think it's time for me to go walk over to 7-Eleven, get a coffee, and feed my dog. But thanks everyone for jumping in. John, it's always a pleasure. You know, I always like when you jump on my channel. I don't mind the conversation. The irony is when you're in the comment section, you're much more negative. When you actually jump on my lives, you're much nicer. Beyonce's country album was fire. Yeah, that statement does not make fucking sense at all. Nothing about the statement you made any sense. The food at 7-Eleven Taiwan is lit, I heard. Well, food at 7-Eleven is what it is, right? In Taiwan, it's just Taiwanese versions of it, right? You know, some is good, some is bad. Sometimes good stuff comes and then it's gone and they don't bring it back. And you're like, why? That was excellent. We had some Indian curry with naan over it, which was really good. But they change all the time. But, you know, 7-Eleven is always convenient. The difference in Taiwan, literally 5 minutes from my house, I have a 7-Eleven this way. I have a 7-Eleven this way. And I have a 7-Eleven this way. So 5 minutes from my house, I could walk to one of 3 7-Elevens. And that's not including Family Mart and 3C. But yeah, it's convenient. Life in Asia is super convenient. Every Uber is no longer than 15 to 20 minutes from my house. So, you know, maybe that's why people are getting fatter in Asia now. Life is too convenient. But thanks everyone for jumping in. I appreciate everybody that left me donations. Peace out. All the best. John, as I say, you know, I have no problem with John. Like, I talked about John and I said we should do a channel together for years, but he doesn't see the benefit in it because, you know, short-sighted. Yeah, that's it. Just short-sighted. You know, we'd do great live together. It'd be like Stephen A. Smith and fucking that old California wrinkled fucking dude. What's his name? Right? You know, perfect. I'm the old wrinkled guy and you're fucking the black angry guy. Great combination. But thanks everyone for jumping in. I will see you next time. I'll probably go live Wednesday and talk about upcoming fights next week. So jump in, chop it up. Let's break it down. Let's talk about boxing.